I wish good things to you who's watching this. I am Alexey, and with me today is Mexican mathematician, multifaceted mind sports athlete, Carcassonne master, and captain of Team Mexico, Elias Mochan, with the screen name Complex V and H. Hi, Elias.
Hi, Alexey. Thanks for having me once again.
Yeah, thanks for agreeing to do this. It's going to require a lot of stamina from us both because we're about to stream for 5 hours. There are 4 exciting matches that we're going to watch. All of them have serious implications for who's going to qualify for the playoffs. A reminder to you all that this is round 5 of the World Team Carcassonne Online Championship 2025. And in the next few hours, we're going to see the most decisive events in the group stage of the tournament. So several teams have already secured the qualification. We're going to try and do a proper preview of as many matches as we can. We're going to be starting with the Group F encounter between Argentina and France. Earlier today, Brazil beat Vietnam 5-0, leapfrogging past Argentina and France to the first place in the group with a very good tiebreaker. So
I think if you refresh, it's already updated some of the group results.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. So Brazil, in fact, you can see this already reflected, 4 versus 3, and Argentina and France are now about to play their match. It's very straightforward. They have almost identical tiebreakers. They're playing for the second playoff spot. In the unlikely event that Argentina wins 5-0 against France, or France wins 5-0 against Argentina, then we're going to have a chance that Argentina would surpass Brazil or France would surpass Brazil. But given how close the lineups are today, the chances of this are really, really low. So this is a fight for the second place and a spot in the playoffs. It's very straightforward stakes. After that, same deal. An hour later, Chile versus the United Kingdom. Also not earlier today, but earlier this week, Colombia narrowly defeated Greece, putting them in the first place in the group. And then United Kingdom is going to play Chile, and based on the tiebreakers, it actually looks that whoever wins this duel is going to not only get themselves a spot in the playoffs, but also surpass Colombia on tiebreakers and possibly even occupy the first place in the group. Actually, not possibly, but definitely. After this, we're going to have a couple of matches in Group B. First of all, Italy against Slovakia. Now, Slovakia cannot qualify, but Italy would need to win against Slovakia in order to qualify. Otherwise, Germany and Poland are going to share the second place. But then if Italy wins against Slovakia and surpasses Poland, then Poland would still need to win against Uruguay in order to qualify and then surpass Italy back. So this is the deal, and now let's do the proper introduction of the first match, France versus Argentina. So we can look at the lineups here. On table 1, we have Jarima of France versus IB90. Jarima rated 510, so solid expert level, same as IB90. Very close encounter indeed. Not sure who to bet on. On table 2, we have the French captain with the screen name Squalas, whose peak rating is close to 800, and they should be a slight favorite against Lionel Munoz, Lord Trooper, who, whilst had some very strong performances recently in the Carcassonne Champions League, for example, their experience still is 7,000 games less than Squalas, so the Frenchman should be the favorite here. But this is not the...
he was the captain of Argentina during Copa America, so
but he's not the captain now.
yeah. No, it's Big Nacho now, right?
Right, who's playing on table 3 against La Hache of France. And on tables 3, 4, and 5, the situation actually looks really good for Argentina. So La Hache is now rated 491, but their peak is actually over 600. Again, 11,000 games of experience. Very solid player. Still, Big Nacho, who's currently rated 740 or something, very, very strong. They will be the favorite regardless, as they will be the favorite against most players. On table 4, the French player with screen name Blitz, rated 600 something, is Probably still not going to be the favorite, but only slightly to Webby, the newest Argentinian master who rose to prominence just a few months ago with strong performances in Copa America. And of course, on table 5, we have the strongest player in France, one of the strongest players in the world, Vivian Charlot, with 12,000 games of experience and a current rating of 783 and a peak of way over 800. But they're going to be playing none other than the first Argentinian master, I believe, Santiago Iniguez, with the screen name Sanny Blader, who is currently rated at a solid 600, but their peak is way over 700. Now, Viv should be indeed the favorite, but this tournament did not go so well for him, as he did lose last week against Victor Besson of Brazil, who has a similar rating to Sanny Blader, so anything really can happen. So my prediction is we have advantage Argentina tables 3 and 4, advantage France tables 2 and 5, and complete toss-up on table 1 between Jadima and IB90. So before we decide which duel to watch, Elias, I know you've played some of the Argentinian players, and I would presume that you've been in touch with some of them because of Copa America. What's your experience with some of these players and what you would expect from them?
I think Big Nacho is the strongest, pretty much undeniably, I think. He had a huge rise. Like I remember when he was not on Team Argentina and he started playing very well in the arena, and suddenly he was close to being master. He rose very, very quickly. Yeah, so I think he's the strongest by far, but Santi has played some amazing games, and there have been some tournaments where Santi has had low elo and then defeated everyone. Like you can't tell if he's having a bad moment just by looking at his elo. I forgot what's his elo right now. Santi.
Can you see that it's 607?
Oh, 607, yeah. Yeah, so he's in good shape probably. But you said that he just lost some games, so
No,
who
no, no. Viv
knows?
lost some games.
Oh, Viv lost some.
Viv
Oh,
lost. Yeah, yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a great match probably. Uh, Even though Viv should be the favorite. But um and Webby was also a bit of a rising star because he was the Argentinian champion in a year where he was not on the team. And when he won the Argentinian champions, everyone was asking who is he on BGA because most of us were not aware of his existence, and he suddenly became the champion. But now he's on the team. I think his elo has grown a lot also because he was in the 400s back then. I don't know. Yeah, he's a master now.
Yes, he's been a master for a while,
So,
actually, even for Copa America already.
yeah.
So it sounds by it. So do we go by table 5, which is reasonably close, and we have the highest rated player on one side there, or do we go by table 1, where it's a complete toss-up? I think it should be between these
Uh,
two.
the let's do table 1 first because those are the players that I'm less familiar with. I've played IB90, but I don't even remember if I've played Jadima or I don't know how to pronounce that, but
Jadima is fine,
okay.
but honestly, because we don't know the actual pronunciation, I think we can make them up a little bit. I'm not purist about the player's pronunciation. In any case, so what are we having here? IB90 is playing with green meeples, was the starting player. Jadim is playing red, is not the starting player, but is ahead on the scoreboard, 7 versus 4. And nothing much really happens in the position. There's a shared city, there's a new city cap at the top for red. There are a couple of teeny tiny small roads for both sides, so overall a peaceful position. And let's see if something more interesting happens right now. Jadima attacks a city and immediately it is getting blocked. I know, Elias, you probably have some opinions about their last move of red here.
About attacking the city or the closing the road?
Attacking the city. I think closing the road, that was... Yeah, okay. Attacking the city, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know what to think about it because I think it looks okay, even if the city is, oh, well, maybe attacking on the other side, that's
Yeah. Which
to
would have
preserve the
worked.
chances. Yeah.
Which would have worked like this without having the city blocked. But then I guess what Jadima is counting on is that this city is going to be big enough, even if it does not get completed. Even now it's already 11 points, which is absolutely worth the investment of a trap meeple, which means that IB will at some point probably have to invest a meeple to fight for this ruin, or at the very least try and add a couple of straight lines here to make sure that this ruin doesn't grow. Both players are playing unexpectedly fast, actually, so it will be a bit tricky for us to follow the action.
He probably thought he has more connection tiles on this side. And as you said, it's probably okay if the city gets blocked because Ivy will still have to do something about the city even after it's blocked.
Yeah, that does make sense, and so far it's working quite all right. I mean, he's 20 versus 9 ahead on the scoreboard, 34 versus 17 if you count up the incompleted features on the board. And now, since we're playing this and playing pretty fast, I gotta go and take care of my hot beverages because really gotta take care of that voice for the duration of the stream. Would you take over the play-by-play commentary, Elias, for a few minutes?
Sure. So right now we see green is sabotaging the red city and red doing the same thing to the green city. In this way, he will have to attack now. Now IB with the dagger. There are plenty of options. Maybe putting it next to the attacking spot. Let me see if I can draw. Oh, okay, that's what I was going to suggest. And now Jadima can't join because green would rejoin, so he has to just add it to his city. So this small red city worth 4 points. Now it's probably not gonna close. Still possible, but harder than before. And now IB has to make a hard choice whether to close his city or to keep the option of reattacking. He decides to keep the option, which I think is good. And now IB has a monastery with a lot of options. 6 points over here. Let me see if I can draw. No, I can't draw. Or maybe I can't. Oh,
I mean, I'm the one who has the drawing tool, so... Oh, you can! Wow, so cool!
Oh, I can draw it. Nice.
Okay, this is a game changer, man. I think we're going to just flood the screen with graphics. But you do you. I'll still be come back in 5 minutes. You're doing great.
Okay. Yeah. And now this is a great tile for green because he's going to connect the city, and now he's threatening to close a very, very big city. Again, a lot of options for the monastery. You can take a 6-point monastery over here, or you can stack it with your monastery over here. He decides for the first. Oh, and Jadima gets the splitter and crushes IB90's illusions of closing that city. Instead, he just gets 4 points, and Jadima gets a 6 points field. At least your opponent gave you 2 meeples back. Oh, this is horrible. This is horrible. I would not have done what IB did exactly because of this reason. There was this possible threat. Now this city is tied to. It's practically blocked. Let me see if there's this. There's one splitter here, but is there a split there somewhere else?
No,
I
there
think there's
isn't.
still one splitter.
Yeah, so this meeple can still
So
survive.
yeah, he can survive, but now it's a 50-50, a little bit less than a 50-50. Yadima, if Yadima gets a triple city or a Dorito, he has to make a choice of whether giving it to the opponent just to fully block the city or to just ignore it and hope to get the splitter himself or put some road here or here to make sure that 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 city is not split from the blocked city.
Yeah, by the way, Elias, can you like remove the couple of drawing bits in the center of the board and there's one more?
Yeah.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yeah, I
Okay.
think now that I'm back, I can take care of the drawings for you because like you can still do the
All
main
right.
commentary. I'll just draw after you say,
Sure.
because then the color is the same. It's pink on purpose. It's aesthetics.
Okay.
But go on. There's a lot going
Uh,
on. Jarima now has a farmer
so
and stuff. Points flying.
IB90 got this city, now sets up an evil hamster next to his own monastery, which is great, but depends on how many monasteries are left, and I think there are two left. Now Jadima gets the splitter. Important tile, that means that this meeple is dead. And Jadima decides to indirectly add it to his city, which is an interesting choice. It has something to do with this monastery, this green monastery here. So of course now, if oh, that's a great move by Ivy. I love this move. It sets up a 6-point city next to his monastery, and importantly, it removes another option for a 9-point monastery or 8-point monastery, and he has options for the monastery next to this monastery on top, but for a cap on the other monastery. And as we saw, it worked very nicely. He got the cap, he closed the city next to his monastery. The game is about to finish. The virtual scoreboard says uh, Jadima
14 extra points
is
for Jadima.
ahead by 14. So that means that IB has to start looking for big options. Of course, a 9-point monastery here would be important, but even not enough at this point.
He
So
does
he
have the
has to
2
start
extra
looking.
meeples
Oh,
though, so he can get a bit of extra. I think that
as
his next
Jadima,
tile needs to be the monastery though.
yeah. Do you take the long road next, the road that starts at the monastery right now, even if it's your last meeple?
It depends on the number of curves remaining. If there's like at least one, I'm doing it. But then I'm not sure if at this level players are capable of finding these moves because they're very courageous. And he makes a move which makes a lot of sense. He just like improves the quality of his field a little bit, although it does create
So
some
IB can attack the
attacking
field
options
now,
here.
sacrifice 2 points and attack the field. I don't know how good it is because it might be blockable.
I mean, here at the bottom, right?
Right.
Or here, even if there are curves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, there are no curves remaining. But I was thinking
Yeah,
at
so
the top without point sacrifices like this. Invading through here. Isn't that
uh,
sort of the same thing?
it's similar. I don't know if it's exactly the same. It has one more way of getting blocked because
Yeah.
to block on the bottom you need a road. To block on the top you need a road or something with a field that has the right stuff on the other side,
And
which
since
I
there are
don't
no
know the
curves
tile
and no daggers
distribution,
remaining,
so
this could be a rather easy block. One straight
yeah,
line
and
is
that
remaining though,
would be
so it might be
it
worth
would
invading.
Yeah. So he goes for the curve invasion,
Uh, oh, I
and
miscounted. There's still a curve, I think.
that's a great tile for Jadima. He also places the first farmer on this potentially 9-point field. It's 6 at the moment, but once the monastery is here and some curve where Alexey is going to tell you, it's going to be 9 points.
Yeah, well, it's a bit different. It's 3 points, and then it's going to become 6 after the monastery, and then after the curve, it's going to become 9. So what IB can do, he can go here for this 6-point field, and then kind of anticipate the unification of this guy with this guy. And ideally, what he
Yeah,
wants
and
to do, yeah, or something like this, that also is just
yeah,
fine.
that. And Jadima decides to just join the fields. Okay, Ivy gets the evil hamster. A bit too late because he will have now a big meeple surplus. Um,
He still got to go there. 10 points are 10 points are 10 points.
yeah, and I don't see anything better. He might be considering some field invasion or something, but it seems to me that he just have connection problems.
Okay, so it's not me, it's him. Because I just double checked everything where it seemed to be doing fine.
Okay. Yeah. Well, he seems to be connected, so yeah, I don't see any Hail Marys that he could do. I think he has to take the 10 points. And if the 10 points, maybe the curve is enough, right? After the evil hamster.
It also depends on what Jadima does, and he does take 6
Okay, he
points
takes a
there.
6-point field and he gets the other monastery, which means that there was no curve.
It was just used by Jadima here
Oh
to
yeah,
connect the
he used
fields,
it to
yeah.
join the fields.
And also, this is actually a
Yeah.
spectacular position, because now with the monastery, there's no better way to score. The maximum that you can do is score 4 points, which is pretty rare.
Or
This is
yeah.
like a very spiky board with lots of road tiles coming out of it. So Jadima won himself the coin flip for the best endgame tile, which is here for a 6-point field. So it's going to be a 4-point swing. Jadima's going to score 4. Jadima's going to score 6. IB's going to score 4 for the monastery. Let's see what would happen if the tiles were reversed. I'm pretty sure that Jadima still has it because of his field and because of his big city, despite being down 30 points ahead on the scoreboard. Also, once I refresh the page, then we've lost the the virtual score counter, but it's going to come back at some point.
Okay. Yeah, so Jadim is going to win because of the fields. And obviously the crucial tile draw was this first splitter.
Yeah, that prevented the invasion from IB. IB was about to snatch a big, big, big city here. But didn't manage. And also, this city over here actually ended up working really, really nicely. It's 12 points with not a lot of tile investments, and kind of worth having his meeple blocked. And this actually ended up being the most valuable feature on the board, perhaps tied with this 12-point field. Also a pretty big draw that IB didn't manage to get himself a curve for the invasion. But then also what IB got, he got himself this first monastery for the huge setup for 18 points on the scoreboard. So overall, pretty balanced game in terms of
it was
tile
late
draws.
enough on the game that if Jadima had gotten the monastery was undeniably he would have also taken the evil hamster because the extra meeple for IB didn't mean anything.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, he would have. I'm pretty sure at this level he knows that 8 points are still worth a lot in the end game, way more than the price of one meeple. So do you want to continue with their second game or have a look at what's going on with Santi?
Let's look at Santi. This was very fast game.
Yeah, I'm kind of figured it. So because there were obviously many interesting moves as well on different parts of the boards that we didn't quite have the time to address. Santiago Iniguez is still playing his first game against Vivian Charlot. They started 17 moves, 17 minutes ago, and there are still 10 tiles remaining. So we're now in an end game. Let me,
So
yeah.
Viv is ahead by 5. It has one more. He has one more monastery. No, Tidon monasteries. Uh, Fields are a bit better for Viv, I think, because of the 12 versus, no, 15 versus 3 on the top. Can Santi close that city?
Yeah, that's a question. So first of all, there's several cities
He
remaining.
seems to think he can at least.
Or he seems to be just wanting to get himself a point. No, he cannot. So all the 3 dagger tiles that fit
Okay.
into this square are in fact on the board. So this was indeed just a move that gives himself 1 point, a way to score without investing a meeple because he doesn't have any
So
meeples.
how does Santi get a meeple? Just a cap with a road on the right, right?
Which is the only remaining.
Or
Actually, no, there's nothing. There are no starting tiles, no roses, no nothing.
okay. Is
But
there a Dorito plus cap combo?
there is a Dorito for sure, so there's Dorito with the road. Not sure about the cap combos. No daggers remaining of any kind. No vanilla city caps. No splitters of any kind. Yeah, he's toast. This city's trapped.
Yeah.
This city's trapped. Viv has a city trapped like this, but it already scores more points than both of these cities combined. Field-wise, also really not great.
But Santi gets some meeple back, but Viv gets the tile that Santi needed to tie the field.
And it is in fact the last curve.
Oh no, but he can connect on the other side.
This is actually even
So now,
better because he doesn't
yeah,
need to spend. He doesn't need to
to
give
give a
Viv a
meeple.
meeple back. The question is though, can Viv with this here meeple reconnect back from this side? And I think that the answer is no. Yeah, this is the last Dorito, so this square is now blocked, and Santiago can safely go here. The only risk is that Vivian would go here to reinvade the farm somehow, or
Yeah.
here using the new platform like this, trying to connect to this here area.
So and the thing is, if Viv drops a farmer and let's say Santi drops a farmer next, they might need the same tile, and it might be just a coin toss in the end.
Which looks like a good thing for Santi because his position does not look great on points. Now, equalizing the field certainly works well. He's also down on time. 2 minutes should be enough to figure out most endgames, but some endgames, even with 3 remaining tiles, are pretty complicated, as we've discovered yesterday after it took us 2 hours to analyze a game between Crafty Raf and Amasunkula in the Belgium versus Croatia match. You all should check out that stream. It's the longest game analysis we've had ever. And this was an endgame with 3 remaining tiles, so I'm not sure if Santi's going to have enough time. He can still think while Viv is thinking, probably contemplating whether or not to drop that farmer, trying to count out all the curvy tiles, the crossroads. There should be at least 1 road Dorito remaining. Not sure about the crossroads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No crossroads remaining. So if you were to invade over here, then his chances of success would be exactly 50%, provided that Santi does not draw a blocking sequence.
Yeah, I think there's exactly 1 curvy tile left.
Mm-hmm.
I think you counted that way faster than me, but so the field situation right now, Viv has 6 cities, right? And Santi has 3. And Viv decides to just take 5 points. Now, can Santi attack the field? Are
Not
there
with this
straight
tile, because there are no straight
lines?
lines remaining. So the remaining tile should be the Dorito, a regular monastery, unless it was discarded, but no discarded tiles were there. And I'm not sure about the third tile, but it should be a city tile. I think it's the giraffe's neck.
So maybe
So,
Santi has to take another city.
or prepare a monastery spot, actually. But it's not really
Oh yeah,
possible.
no, I don't see how.
Actually,
There's
there is. He can go here and prepare a 7-point monastery spot. Like this.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
But this would also mean that Viv were to draw all the city tiles. No, that's very blockable.
Yeah.
Santi didn't solve the end game, went for a 6-point. You think, like, with this field attack, this farmer here is only worth 6 points, right? There are only 2 cities into that field, so what's the point of risking your meeple when you can just
And
grab
Viv
7
is
points? And this, oh wait, Viv is saying correct move was bottom right.
Viv is lecturing him. Oh, but and he gets the monastery.
But
Yeah, so I was going
mhm.
to say that actually Viv's move is a mistake. Uh, so he makes 2 points instead of blocking a 6 point move for the opponent.
Yes, I agree. Well, it doesn't matter necessarily because he was winning 100% regardless. But interesting in the
Yeah.
chat. So Viv is saying correct move was bottom right, which is not true. And then he realized that he miscounted the straight lines because
Yeah.
this here fields attack. Yeah. Ah, okay. Then I understand. So everybody miscounting tiles except the commentators. Sunny Blader losing by 5 points, which also means that there wasn't really a winning sequence, or was there? Okay. Let me think about this. So Santi got 6 points, and Viv got 4. So Santi just got 2 points from that sequence. What if Santi were to take this tile and actually invade Viv's ruin instead? Presumably that Viv draws the monastery and cannot block, then Santi can draw this tile and invade, which would score him 5 points, and Viv would get 0. Santi would still lose by 2 points, so this was not a winnable endgame. Setting up the 7-point monastery was probably the strongest that he could have played, but it would have only netted him 1 point extra.
Yeah. Well, should we watch the second game?
I think so, yeah. Because we kind of joined them late to the party, but it appeared to be pretty tight. Seemed that Viv was in control of the most of it, playing precisely, and the only time where he miscounted tiles was actually when it didn't matter at all. So, okay, we have our virtual point counter back. I'm really not sure why sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Santiago playing the red meeples. He's the starting player ready to finish an 8-point city. Vivian dropped a very, very early farmer. Santiago immediately equalizes. Viv has a 4-point road. Santi has a 3-point monastery. Overall, very good position for red. But Viv maybe can find something extra special with this curve, although I don't know what. He uses it as a blocking tile, which I really, really like, because it blocks the potential of stacking monasteries with 4 regular monasteries still in the deck. Santiago builds up. It's a very open position. We're going to have a lot of fields, very just meeple flying everywhere. Love this stuff.
Yeah. Uh,
Any
now,
suggestions for the
what
Dorito tile with
would you
Santiago?
take a new city or just grow the first one?
New city, yeah. And there's a no, okay. This is an okay move. It's a move which is just okay.
Yeah, I would have pointed at the other side actually, but maybe it's too risky actually. I don't
No,
know.
both have the same level of risk to them, and now Santi
Now,
needs
do
to
you go for
find.
the mutual block or not?
Yes, you
Okay,
do, you do.
he says yes.
Because even though we're in a losing mini battle at the moment, it's not that many points. And at the very least, Viv's blocked road is capped at 7. Whereas our 3-point city could grow. If we get just one cow, then suddenly we would have 2 squares to add all kind of triple, quadruple city tiles and so on. And then we can even later outgrow this meeple. Viv, in the meantime, gets on the scoreboard, finishes a 4-point meeple, drops a farmer. Santi with a 4-point road construction project, trying to be thwarted by Viv, who takes 2 points and starts harassing this here square a little bit, but Santi's unperturbed as he finishes the road instead of continuing the monastery. Do you think this move was a bit rushed, Elias? Do you think that Santi was a bit too afraid of blocking, or maybe Santi's waiting for a road monastery over here? What you would have done?
So, I think I would have freed the monastery and taken the road. What I was thinking is that by trying to attack the road, or by putting the horse where Beef put it, he makes the entry on the bottom a bit vulnerable. So if Santi gets to block that connection, he's forcing Beef to give him the meeple back. Which Beef might delay it a lot, but it would make the game very interesting.
Right. I didn't even think about the fact that this here farmer by Viv had not been connected to the field, which makes me think that this move was definitely an oversight by Santi. And also, one other thing you gotta do in these positions is do a bit of tile tracking to figure out for any abnormalities. And in this position, we do have abnormalities. There are only 3 curves remaining, which is not a lot with 50 tiles yet to play. Now Santi needs to curve in both places. The chances of this monastery survival are really, really low. So this move was played just with 1 second, and I think really he just got a little bit scared of this here blocked here, whereas he should have paused about it. So this move here was much, much stronger. Of course, Santi doesn't even care about the safety of this monastery so much. He instead plays a different game. He's going to sacrifice this meeple, probably even go for a mutual block with the road Dorito trying to block Viv's meeple as well. And since this field, which is currently controlled by Viv with 2 green meeples bullying this one poor red guy, it's going to have a lot of holes like here, potentially. With just one more straight line, Santi could just block this field entirely and keep Viv trapped by 6 points, and this is exactly what the Frenchman is afraid of. Yeah.
Yeah, but what Vives does adds a cap to the field, but also makes a spot for the road monastery, which would make the field a lot bigger.
Yep, that is his plan.
But
here comes the price.
This is so interesting.
Here comes the price.
Now it looks like the field will not be bigger, because if this city gets blocked, and let's say Santi can very easily sacrifice the monastery, and if he gets the monastery, just don't put it there, put it somewhere else, and just destroy the field. Well, this move is very easy for Santi, I think. Just grow your city, remove a cap from the field, make your city ruin at some point.
This is a hugely impactful move. So first of all, Santi basically justifies his block meeple.
Sacrifice the monastery now. Well, I don't know, because now your other city is in risk.
Yeah, he could get this. Viv could get the Dorito and now kind of tie this poor city to this one. I'd still do it. I'd still go for it. Because, like, we can't play a riskless game of Carcassonne.
You can also just clean up the city cap on the field.
But then it's another risk. If you clean up the city cap on the field, then your meeple gets trapped here, like with a Dorito towards this square. So it feels like whichever move you choose, if your opponent has a Dorito or a big tile in hand, you're in trouble. So you just gotta look at the odds, man. What are the odds that your opponent does have a Dorito tile in hand? Well, there's still 7 Doritos in the deck, so this is not great, and that's why a chickeny move, but maybe understandably chickeny move from Santi.
Yeah, I would have done a different chickeny. Well, I was considering a different chickeny move. That's to add it to the city on the right, pointing downwards.
I have
Like that,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting. Although I don't like the self-restriction with only one starting tile remaining. So my preference would actually be to go over here, indirectly continuing our city, hoping to get a Dorito to further restrict the square, and opening a real threat against blocking Viv's
Oh
city.
yeah. That's a nice move, yeah.
So it's like 3
Well, he
purposes
gets
in one.
another he gets the same choice once again. He can also just this one I don't get.
This one I get, but it's I can't look at it. It's not a good move. It's just not a good move.
No, I don't like that one.
So to explain to our viewers, it does several things. Even though it scores 2 points in the short run, in the long run, it actually decreases the scoring potential of the city because you can't add the big tiles here anymore. We had the quadruple city tile going out. We had multiple Doritos, multiple extenders, and well, at least he can get himself an extra chance. So there is something. Also, by the way, my move would have worked. He would have already had enough time to block. Instead, Viv does get the dagger and gets himself the meeple back. And then there's still this spot over here. And Santiago's down 12 points on the scoreboard.
But
not on the
now
scoreboard.
Santi's definitely going to fight for the field. Now it's definitely worth it.
Well, that's
I
kind of...
like
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the. Oh, I would have. Why don't you play some people? I'm not sure.
I think this is sort of understandable because then...
Yeah, okay. This is a great tile to do that
Yeah?
and dream of a double
Yeah?
block.
Yeah, okay. I don't know, man. It feels
I
like...
think he's gonna.
like this. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
but
actually...
he's gonna try to block the monastery now. Yeah,
Is he gonna
and Biff
succeed?
can't defend.
3 points for Vivian, though. It's a huge block if he gets it, but he doesn't get it just yet. Is he gonna go for quick points, or if he's gonna go for extra blocking? He is behind on the scoreboard and in the match score minus 23. I hate giving Viv extra points. Or here, maybe. Meepling the road. I don't know.
Oh, that's nice. Or just field. No.
Oh, but this is actually
The
pretty
thing
good.
is, yeah, this and quick points are similar. Okay, beef defense for vanilla city cap, which
Yeah,
are still a lot, right?
3 remaining, so that's a good defense. But
Three
at the very
remaining,
least, he was forced to sacrifice quick points. Viv was not able to get this here tile, and maybe Sandy's going to get the curve and capitalize on these 3 points. So indeed, at least this move forced a concession. It also made sure that Viv could not stack monasteries over here. There's still 4 monasteries in the deck, and none of them fit there. But this here move by Santi, I wished he would have done something like this instead. It was a stronger version of a very similar idea, just trying to restrict the city a little bit more and then create a city cap which would further create chances of blocking. I don't know, Santi I think is playing okay. That's the thing. He's playing just okay, but he gotta, in this position, find a move that just strangles your opponent.
Yeah. So he can do a lot of things with this tile. This is one of those. But yeah, he had again the option of tying the 2 cities together, also sacrificing the monastery, and he also has had a lot of chances to drop a meeple to get to the field with the road monastery.
Yeah. Well, he may be gonna do it now because he did have city tiles, and when being behind, you gotta be a little bit more efficient. But I still can't make this here move. It would have just Viv actually doesn't seem to be too keen on threatening the completion of this city. I guess he wants to do it later with a rose tile and the last dagger or something like this. Those are still existent. He just wants to take care of the scoring potential of that here area. Sandy Blader now with a road Dorito. Now it's a strategic decision. And he chooses to not do anything special, just take 2 points for the big city at the bottom. He's down 16 points, but he has 2 meeples. He can spend 2 of them. Oh, wait, he only needs 1 meeple to equalize the main field, actually. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So with 2 meeples, you can make 24 points. 12 for tying the field, and 12 extra for overrunning the field.
As Beef, do you take this monastery with 5 points?
I'm not sure about that, actually.
Yeah, I'm also not sure.
I don't think that scoring is going to be enough for our winning chances. Yeah, this is a great move by Viv, just creating an attacking platform against the city, forcing Santi Blader into something uncomfortable here. Well, I mean, he probably has to defend the ruin from invasions, because now it's big enough that you really want to preserve those points. Pretty easy defense there, just... but there are 2 options of defending this, and that's why Santi's thinking. So, do you prefer Elias kind of bending it inwards and then capping it down, or do you prefer bending it outwards, so the other way?
I would go outwards, but... Well, I was thinking outwards because it can grow more, but the thing is, whenever it grows, it will create invasion platforms. So this is a bit safer.
And this must have been what the Argentinian youngster must have been thinking. I mean, it is 14 points. It is a big ruin, so I'd probably be inclined not to share it with my opponents. Still, we've yet to see a farmer.
Yeah, well, the thing is, a road monastery would connect 3 fields. So he might think, if I take one field, Beef takes the other, but I think that's good because he has the meeple majority. So if you can play 3 against 1, is better than playing 4 against 2. He goes for a 6-point field now. Oh, now it's now or never. Now take that field.
It doesn't have to be. He needs to block the city, though. It's pretty important because there was still 1 tile remaining to complete that city. That's the issue that he's having. It's not necessarily now or never because there are 2 sides for the field. And actually, I think what Sani can do, he can just bank his game with the road monastery. He can get a road tile, go here, get another road tile, go here, and then draw the monastery, and with 1 swoop, get 2 meeples into the field and score 1 point for his former monastery, 9 points for the monastery in the center, 12 points for equalizing the field, 12 points for overrunning the field, for a total of 34 points with just 3 tiles and 2 meeples invested.
Now, the other thing to consider is that Santi might not actually need the field, because the 9-point monastery would be 10 points. It already puts him on top on the virtual score. And he still has a meeple majority. And the field is not showing a lot of growing potential. So he might be thinking about not doing anything about the field.
I don't know, it's still 12 points and also what you're describing, you still need the road monastery tile in order to win. And if your win condition involves the road monastery tile, well, why not just plant some extra stuff to do with it so that you can even double down and triple down? Then the idea of these farmers here is that you can try and win without the monastery tile, but I find it really, really difficult for either side. Especially for Viv, because let's say if you go drop the farmers here and stuff, then Viv, if he gets the road monastery tile, he just goes here for 8 points. and then you're toast. I think it's really just about
Is
that one
there
critical tile.
a left-handed dagger left?
I don't think so.
I
No.
see two very quickly. Oh, I see the third one. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a right-handed dagger left though. But what do you need it for, Elias?
Oh, I was thinking that Viv might try to close his city actually.
Yep, but there's no Dorito.
Oh, I remember four Doritos. What's the one I missed? I
Maybe
remember those
this
four
one?
exactly. Oh yeah, yeah, the one that's not on the city is the one that I forgot about.
Yeah, there's also this
Yeah.
one. So 5 Dorito tiles already on the board. I think this move here was just an attempt to score 1 point, really, because
Yeah,
Viv
it seems.
didn't want to start a new city for whichever reason. But since there is a dagger remaining, okay, that's a pretty interesting move. That's a creative move by Sani. So he's starting a new field, and he can still actually take advantage of the road monastery, either by scoring 9 points here, or by going here and unifying fields like that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Like, how do you counter this with as Viv? Because now you're equal, you're 8 points ahead, I guess, if the counter is correct. But then what do you do? What's your contingency plan as green for the event that your opponent draws the road monastery tile?
Yeah. Is there a horse? I don't think so. I see two horses. Is there a
3
third
horses.
horse?
No horse. I know you were
Oh,
thinking
this
probably
is
of expanding the city here or something, or maybe even invading this one,
or
but none of that is
invading
possible.
the bottom one. Yeah.
Yeah, none of that is possible. That would have been a nice idea to deliver a counter strike. It's just we don't have the tiles to deliver it.
So now I don't like Viv's move. It might be I mean he's better than me, but what I was thinking is that now that Santi has the option of joining with the monastery on the other side, uh,
But now it wouldn't do him any good. Because you see what's going to happen. This game is going to be decided by the road monastery tile. So this move was defo a mistake from Viv, because it doesn't give him any extra
Yeah.
winning chances for the event he doesn't draw the road monastery. Because Sandy
Yeah,
Blader can just
no.
go here. It's a 13
just-
point move.
now it's a 13-point move exactly. Yeah.
1 point for this monastery, 9 points for this monastery, and 3 points for making Viv's farmer here obsolete. I think this here move, like based on what Viv is doing here, he just must be a bit scared of this farmer invasion, not realizing that simply taking 9 points is better than investing a farmer there. So Viv appears to have miscalculated this one.
Yeah. And is there a way for Beef to come back? Like if he closes this new city?
Nah. Because like Santi can still use his meeple to score a little bit extra. Although that's a nice touch by Santi, blocking Viv's city properly. Now a 6-point monastery is going to follow on the left. Or on the right, for that matter. Actually, this here 6-point monastery seems to be even more precise. And he's going to get an extra point from a curve. And win quite convincingly here.
Now, had Beef not played this farmer, he would have at least 5 more points for a road, right?
Yes. So that would not have been enough, but at the very least, you can try and do something. I don't know. Yeah, you know, for example, Viv's, I think this is what Viv's contingency plan was. He kind of needed to try and finish his city, which he did. But then if he doesn't drop his farmer, then at least he can get the 5 points from the road. And then he can finish the city, and then at the very least finishing the city is going to be enough for him. Now that he has basically burned his third meeple, finishing the 8-point city that he tried would not have been enough for him. So from a win percentage standpoint, that was a move that didn't work. And this is something that many players get wrong in the pre-endgame. And I have to say, like, players, even, I'm going to say, below the level of 750 elo, really, very often, even though they can be very strong tactically, and, like, can count points and see all the field invasion and stuff, when it comes to thinking of your win condition, the type of thinking that you need, thinking of the overall winning probability of maximizing the number of game-winning tiles, as opposed to tiles which are good for you to complete a particular feature or whatever, this sort of thinking is something that many players find really difficult to master.
Yeah, myself included, actually.
I think you did just fine in this game, although you weren't playing it. That's
Yeah.
that's a different thing. It's easy to give advice.
Okay. Now we have a crazy opening with a very early farmer by Santi. Very dubious, I would say.
I can see where he's coming from, but yes, that was definitely premature, and Viv is now doing his best to punish that farmer. Still, it's a good position for Sandy Blader. He is playing the red meeples yet again. He has 8 points on the scoreboard. He is the starting player, so he's going to get the statistical advantage in the endgame, and the idea with this farmer here is obviously trying to anticipate the completion of Viv's city. Okay. So this farmer is gone.
Yeah. So it's a 3-point farm.
But it's going to have compensation. Imagine if we block everything here and everything here, then Viv's going to have a road which is never going to come back. Viv's going to have a couple of cities which are not going to come back. Oh.
Now the thing is, Viv gonna get a huge ruin with 3 against 1?
Or 3
Or
against
is he
2.
gonna get horribly punished and will he stay without meeples for a very long time?
No, I feel like Viv knows what he's doing. I feel like he knows how to play this position. This was a very strong move, trying to go for this ruin, because the whole idea here is that this here square drastically... Why would you do that?
The defense, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's defending his road, basically.
But you don't need to defend the road, because if the road gets blocked, the farmer gets blocked. And then if you continue, yeah, so Santi's very smart. Look at what he's doing. He's indirectly expanding his field, trying to fix his adventurous meeple, because if this road gets continued through here and here and here and here and here, these here city caps are going to be in that field.
What if Bib drops a farmer now?
Please don't, man. Well, also, like, as Viv, I don't think we need to do this. Like, I don't like the strategic decision of saving that square at all. Because the thing is, like, that city that Viv is trying to save, it's a ruin regardless. Like, and he's also saving Red's monastery. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, Viv doesn't realize that he's helping one meeple of himself, which is the road meeple, but he's helping the monastery of Red and the farmer of Red as well.
But I think Viv plans to close this city.
Yeah, but...
I think he will put this splitter now. He will start closing his city and hope for a Dorito for the other end.
Ah, so he's gonna do something like this and start a new city over here and then hope to get either a splitter for a small city or just basically do the 100 elo YOLO run of trying to build a big completed city. Okay, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, but now the farmer is looking okay, I think.
Yeah, but then at what cost? Great move by Santi, attacking 2 vulnerable squares in that soon-to-become big city. He could now invade that city, but if I'm Santi, I'm probably more keen on blocking.
Yeah, I think, yeah, restricting it and hoping for some way of blocking it later.
But not like that. I like the other move. Because now it's like, there's no complete block available. If Santi were to have gone over here, he would have actually taken a straight line and blocked this. Instead, Viv, you see, he gets a curve, and Viv is now not forced to defend this square, and Viv has actually time to block our meeple here at the top. I think Santi didn't quite think that through, although the idea of the restriction is nice. The other side was just a little bit more precise.
Oh, well, what the reason he did it like this is because he doesn't want beef to get a splitter.
Yeah, but there's only one splitter remaining. Like, we gotta gamble a little bit here, man. Because as a result, Santi lost to Meeple, and this position is actually completely playable for Viv. Santi now gets a straight line, is looking to, well, do some restriction at least to these cities. Because it's sort of getting out of control a little bit. Now that Viv has successfully blocked Santi's one-pointer at the top, he doesn't even need to complete the city. He can, because you see, Viv is down 7 points with an equal number of meeples. Viv can just simply add a few big tiles to his ruin and be done with it. And Santi will need to spend time and tiles on trying to prevent that city from completion. And also Santi will not be able to fight for that city, so it's either blocking that city or doing nothing. And he'll also have to block his own monastery in the process.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But do you do it right now? I mean, do you prefer Santi's move, or would you have actually tried and block that monastery square at the top?
Yeah, well, what I was thinking about trying to block the monastery at the top. By the way, the farmer is officially justified, I think.
With the help of Viv, though, so...
Yeah.
This move is also super painful. Santi finishes his city, revealing multiple vulnerabilities in Viv's position. First of all, this meeple's 1 tile away from getting blocked. This square is super sensitive, could even get 2 meeples tied up there. And Viv gets a tile with which he can defend neither. And it's a strategic choice now. Either we go here and we drastically reduce the number of blocking tiles that Santi has, but we do this at the expense of blocking a city capping our opponent's farmer, or we do this and we sacrifice this meeple, but try to get some compensation in terms of scoring. Now, if Santi does not find his only move in this position, I'ma lose it. I'm pretty sure that Santi has played this game long enough. But okay, there we go. We have our block, which is the only move. And we're sort of now equal on meeples, but Santi scared me a little bit because he needed to think for a few seconds. Now he blocked Viv's other meeple, and now this position looks really, really good for the Argentinian farmer here. First of all, already 6 points and a couple of green squares of further expansion.
Now, as beef, do you try to... Okay, he doesn't. So what I'm thinking is maybe you want to does beef want the cities to connect or not? Because if they doesn't connect, maybe at some point Santi Bled joins the bigger side. But if he does connect, then the monastery gets freed.
I think he might want to connect them later if he figures that completing the cities is the only way to try and win. And we might be headed in that territory, because with this 2-point move here, I was thinking as Viv to actually just do something like this and block the field of Santi, because the Argentinian very smartly opened up the field with this curve, and then on the next move used the one green square that he had to add the third city into his field, which is going to officially and fully justify it. Santi's still harassing multiple meeples of Viv, who doesn't have a lot of meeples in store. Probably looking to continue one of his cities, either the big one or the small one. Which should you go? Which one do you go here for, Elias?
I don't know because, as I said, I don't want to free the red monastery. So yeah,
He goes for the small one, making his meeple slightly vulnerable, but not really, with 3 starting tiles still remaining in the deck. Both players exchange quick points, 2 points for Sani and 2 points soon to happen for Viv. It's not exactly clear where the best location is. He chooses it far away from the action. Actually, I like this choice.
now as Santi, do you go for the restriction for starting tile, even though there are 3 left?
Maybe. I mean, very often it ends up with just Viv drawing the starting tile on the next move. It's not at all unlikely. In fact, there is over 10% chance of that happening. But one thing that I do like about that idea is that later on, if we just delay our opponents... Oh yeah, there we go.
I was just going to say, say another thing to consider is just adding it to the city to complete your monastery. Do you complete your monastery now?
I mean,
I think it's yeah. So it was that or discarding the tile because you're not gonna add it to your city.
but he spent 5 points on doing this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, 3 points technically to get a meeple back. I guess a meeple is more valuable than 3 points. I can give him that. But one thing that is risky in this here configuration, that Viv City is very much live. It's 3 tiles away from completion, so Sandy's gonna need to spend some extra energy, maybe right now, into trying and block it permanently. There's an easy way to do so, because all the 3 right-handed daggers have gone out, so if he were just to get a single straight line, then the city on the left would be officially blocked, but Viv can prevent this. Dum 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 dum.
Yeah, but now he can block it on.
He should actually in both locations,
and he's going to. I'm pretty sure he's choosing which of the 2 options. The one of the bottom is more intuitive because you don't need to count any tiles on the top. Sorry.
Yeah. But the one at the bottom, in fact, I think is a little bit superior because it leaves the city in a position in which you can grab it a little bit easier on your next turn. Because with all these meeple, it can cost him.
Yeah, that's way too brave.
Yeah.
But unless it's already blocked. Is this the last Dorito?
It is the last Dorito, yes, but there's still a horse. A horse plus a starting tile. So look at this. Yeah, he's trying. Viv is trying to complete. Man, Santi's gonna pay for it so hard. So again, big starting tile.
He can block it now again, right? Just put the splitter. Oh, he's gonna.
He doesn't see it. He doesn't see it.
No.
It's not a very intuitive block, though, Elias. So
and the thing is, as beef, you can restrict the blocking options, but it would call the attention of the opponent. So now it's a psychological game.
As Viv, I mean, you can't really do anything special with this tile. Do you just add it to your top city and make it more vulnerable, or do you do what Viv did, cleaning up a city cap at the bottom?
Yeah. Okay, now Santi has to block again.
Yeah, because like he doesn't even need to spend the tile. He can just go here and start a new city. Like you gotta avert the disaster scenario, or maybe Santi wants to be efficient.
The city on the
and go here.
right is tempting, but. You have to block, but the thing is he doesn't see it. He already did two moves that show that he doesn't think Viv is closing that city.
Well, maybe he just thinks that he can block it later, that's the thing. Or maybe he thinks that the risk is worth the marginal benefit that he's getting. Maybe he thinks that he's behind in points still, which he is, but he's ahead on Meeple, so it's a good position for Red if he blocks the city.
Yeah. Well, he's taking his time, so he might be counting if Viv can close the city.
It's a good thing to count, and the answer to this question is yes. He can close the city very, very much. He doesn't seem to care.
Oh.
He doesn't seem to care. Okay, and Vivian...
And Viv can defend the city now.
But he should not have done this.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Now Santi has to be aware that the city is live.
Exactly, because Viv is playing... you and I are on the same page, because Viv is playing objectively. What he should have done instead, he should have gone over here, trying to block this empty city away from Santi. Because now what he did...
let's see if what we are saying is true, because now he has the opportunity.
Yes, exactly. And now Santi's gonna block, realizing, wait, Viv is doing this? Wait a minute, whoops! And now I'm gonna block. Yeah, this is... So you were right about the psychological games, but I think Viv being like, the precise, high-rated player, he just wants to play, the absolute Carcassonne as if he's playing against an AI, but we've got to play against humans. We've got to, capitalize on that human equity. Well, actually, but now Santi doesn't have to block because Santi drew the last tile that fits into this here square.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So before this move, this square was live.
Oh, no. I think this is a mistake from Santi. Well, maybe...
Not necessarily.
I think the road was better because it grows your field as well, but...
Oh, yes, of course. Of course. Yeah, instead of taking these 4 points, that's what you meant, Elias, right?
Yeah.
He should have scored this road. Yes. And then tried to get himself a curve. But Santi's still doing fantastic. Like, he's 13 points ahead. Viv is trying very hard to do something in this game. It ain't gonna work. And I think we have another upset. And then it's not a great season for the French superstar here.
I hate this move by Santi.
I know. I can't watch this, actually. It's, wait, what's wrong with it, actually? I don't get it.
Well, he had the option of making a lot of points, and he decided to make 1 point. And now he's gonna end with mid-pool surplus, so...
Not necessarily, no, actually he won't, surprisingly.
No.
But I agree, like, intuitively I didn't like that move, but, Oh, and look at this. In theory, Santi could even draw this here tile, which we just drew, connecting all the field, and then bullying this here 6-point meeple. That was a huge setup. Wow.
Yeah, the farmer was really good.
And also great time management from the Argentinian youngster. Like 3 minutes is, in this sort of position, is about the time that you want to have left. 5-point road is going to follow right now, I presume.
Yeah. 2 options.
Goes for the prettiest one. GGS saying Santi Blades are delivering the comeback win. Absolutely spectacular performance, especially in that third game. It feels like some very unusual things. The huge ruin with 3 meeple is the one farmer struggled for survival. Meeple advantage for one side, meeple advantage for the other side, and then Santi eventually with his meeple advantage just ended up scoring too many city points. So this is huge for Argentina. France is now in dire straits. let's see who else is still playing. So 13-point win for Sandy Blader. Congratulations for that. And then France has... Whoa! France has won, huh? I did not expect that.
Really?
So on table, and actually the match is over. Unbelievable. So Sandy Blader won against Viv, IB91 against Jarima, but on tables 2, 3, and 4, Argentinians, including the two masters who we both thought had the advantage, ended up not winning a single game, and Squalas, Laash, and Blitz are the two players who will lead France into the round of 16.
Now, what's the game difference is 4 for France, right?
Does the game difference even matter? France is at -2.
No, but for Argentina.
Oh, for Argentina, I mean, Argentina is in second place, so they qualify regardless.
No, it's in Brazil in first place.
Yeah, but Brazil is unattainable. Brazil won 5-0 earlier today, and France won 3-2.
Isn't France in second place now?
France is in second. Argentina is in third.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I was asking for the difference, because it might matter for Argentina.
Oh, there's no chance of that, because Argentina is at -2, so they've lost 2 games. I think most teams in third place are going to have lost only 1 game, or am I mistaken?
They were at +4 before this match, and so now they are at 0. Right?
Yeah, but their duel difference is 0-0. It's not a good tiebreaker. Like,
but it's the duel difference, not the duel. No, it's this. In duels they have. Oh, they have 9. No, they have 10 won duels. 10 duels won, right?
Yeah, 10-10. That's the thing.
10-10. That's the same as Hong Kong when you remove.
That's the same as Taiwan. That's the same of like loads of other countries. So I don't think they have a chance to qualify here at all.
So how's the race for best third going? I think Romania's out, right?
Yeah, Romania's out. You know what? I'd rather discuss the tournament situation a little bit later, because we have another match starting.
All right, let's go.
Because we can really get down that rabbit hole. But basically, the bottom line is we congratulate France with continuing to the playoffs. Deep
16,
commiserations to Argentinians who are probably eliminated. I'm like 95% sure about this. We're going to do all the anthems at the end of the stream, simply because there's not going to be all breaks. So if you're keen on hearing the anthem of your favorite team, make sure to stay here until the end. Next match, absolute banger. Chile versus the United Kingdom have started a few minutes ago. Same situation. Whoever loses goes metaphorically home. Whoever wins gets to the playoffs. Let me just get you the lineups real quick. And Elias, as the guest, I'd love you to make the split-second decision as to whom we are going to follow, although I had some thoughts about this. So on table 1, Lord Terrycloth, that's David Faraci, the newest master, is playing against one of my favorite players, Diego Acevedo, GDLK, really strong Chilean player. Another master, Ishan Malhotra, who's also an Indian Scrabble champion of 2016. So a very astute in imperfect information games, is playing against Hector Arce of Chile. Here, Ishan definitely is going to have the advantage rating-wise and experience-wise. On table 3, Jacques Fuss, that Jack Fowler is going to be playing the 2023 Mind Sports Olympiad gold medalist Vaineria, that's Jorim Meya of Chile. On table 5, the 2023 world champion Matt Tucker with the screen name StatMatt is going to be playing Adan Las Heras of Chile. Solid expert player, but I mean, world champion, nothing beats that. However, yesterday, all 3 world champions who were playing lost their duel, so Matt is still gonna need to work for it. On table 5, Fanatical Lime, that's Matt Brother, that's the British champion of 2024, is going to be playing against one of the strongest Chilean players right now, really strong, Claudio Jorquera. Here, probably advantage Claudio. On table 3, advantage Vaineria. On tables 1, 2, 4, On tables 2 and 4, I'm going to say advantage UK. On table 1, advantage slightly UK, maybe because David is in better shape.
Uh,
So that's
so
my
the
take.
the one that catches my attention the most is table 1.
Agreed. Let's go right into
Yeah,
it.
I think Lord Terrycloth is a very interesting player, which I always struggle against him.
So,
And
uh-huh.
GDLK is one of the best Chileans as well. So this is about to end. Even scoreboard. Farms are better for red, I think. A lot better for red, or just a little better for red? Um, So I think it's 9 points for red, but he's about to steal the big field unless Terry Cloth gets a curve, right? Let me. I'm not looking at anything right now, but okay. I'm looking at the game now. So Diego decides to free his monastery, and so the big field is tied. Red has a 9 point field that could connect to the big field, and green has a 0 point field that could connect to the big field. And I think now green can drop a second farmer, but I don't know if that would make the red city closable. And I don't know if that would matter because maybe the field is so big that you don't care that the city gets closed. Let's count very quickly. I'm not hearing Alexey, so I don't know if you are seeing the same that I'm seeing. Well, they see 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's still one Dorito even. So attacking the field from the red city would be very interesting, but I don't know if correct. And I think Lord Terrycloth might be thinking about it. I don't see any other moves other than that. Maybe taking the city, but what does Lord Terrycloth has for himself? He has a 7 point monastery and that's it, right? So I think he needs to win the field to win the game. So probably you have to add it to your opponent's city and drop a farmer, which would be very exciting. Unless I'm missing something, which sometimes happens. He goes for the city. Oh, he leaves it open, which Diego reacts very precisely. Oh, and now Diego will take this 6 point field, no doubt about it. Well, maybe there's some doubt about it, but yeah, he will take this field, right? Oh, he connects. I think it was better to take the field, but okay, Terry Cloud is forced to connect his farmer. And now red has to come up with something. Okay, he takes the city, but Lord Thericloth doesn't have time to get into the field again. He can just get a 6-point field or a monastery somewhere. Diego gets a super nice road. And I think it's red. And I'm actually not sure if it was better to connect to the field or to drop a second farmer. Maybe connecting to the field was correct, because Lord Thericloth didn't have time to drop another farmer. Um, okay, so we go. This is game 2, right? I can't hear Alexey, so I don't know if people are hearing me or people are hearing Alexey and not me.
Fine. Oh no. Oh man. I
Now
think
I
you
hear
were not.
you.
Yeah. Okay, now. Well, the bad news is that we were sort of talking over each other. The good news is that we weren't talking each other because nobody was able to hear me. You did a great job. We agree on everything. Yeah, David was toast a long time ago. Why did that happen? Anyway, second game.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of Pottori is already saying in the chat that I'm muted. I'm not actually. Well, it's complicated, yeah, but there's a button which I accidentally pressed, apparently, which I shouldn't have pressed. I don't know.
Something happened, but we are back.
Yes.
So, what's happening in this game? So, red goes for the mutual collaboration, for the forced collaboration.
Red goes for creativity, leaving a shielded tile next to his monastery and then picking it up on his next move. This is this is the sequence that the Carcassonne brothers would describe as inspiration.
Yeah, and he gets so he was in a dangerous position because there was a spot that would block both his monastery and his road, but he got the crossroads in a very good moment. Now Lord Thericloth has a road tied to the red city, which is a move that I make sometimes. And it's pretty interesting. So if green gets a straight line, he can restrict the red city to a straight line, to a starting tile, and then make a huge road. But instead what happens is that red gets the starting line tile first, and now it looks a lot better for red. But well, maybe a lot is an overstatement.
It's not an overstatement. It's a really good position for red. The red has the monastery control. I think also David is a bit slipping up this move. It hurts David's road more than it hurts Diego's city, really. Feels like this guy here is a little bit unattended, so David has some work to do in order to climb back in this position, and that work involves drawing the monastery. Whilst I love this idea, and I think Elias indeed making this long road was actually how it was working, but Starting tile not gonna help.
And red decided to not drop a farmer here, which now I think green might drop a farmer, but I don't know.
I
Would you drop
wouldn't
a farmer
bother.
now?
I think the key here, as green, I wouldn't bother finishing the city right now. Yeah, great move from David. That I think also very instructive. So he just starts a new city at the top, and the idea is that this here city we can finish later if we so choose, but he does not want to use the crossroads to help Diego's road.
Right. Yeah, a triple city would be very good for red now.
Where would it go?
In your city restricting the green road, but now it's a shared city, so it's a 2-1 very strong restriction. Oh,
Not so shared anymore, is it?
yeah, a lot of twists and turns.
So players have started to block each other. First of all, Diego tries to connect here, David restrict, then also draws the quadruple city tile, which now makes fully blocking of the square much, much easier. Then to inflict further emotional damage, he could even draw a splitter and get himself his 4-point meeple back, whilst leaving these two guys stranded at just 5 points. This would be his game plan. And he's now climbing back a little bit on the scoreboard after completing an 8-point city. Now Diego draws yet another monastery, looking to score somewhere, but all the squares that we have for the monasteries are just not that good. Any suggestions, Elias?
No. Yeah, maybe 4 points on the right, but
no meeple on the monastery. It's not a very courageous decision.
yeah. Now I think you have to connect your opponent to your city just to avoid the splitter.
I would think so.
No, so he thinks he's going to close the city, which is it's okay. I think it's a good attitude.
Okay, we do have some additional message in the chat about the sound, because it should be fine now. Can we just... I'm paranoid, I need confirmation. At least on my end, everything seems to be okay.
So yeah, I think the message from Small Red Band is from a while ago, right?
I
But
would
if we
hope
can
so,
get
yeah.
if we can get someone in the chat to confirm that they hear us, would be nice.
Yeah, also would help with that sweet engagement. YouTube engagement for the algorithm and all stuff. Also a reminder to y'all to
Yeah.
meeple the like button if you like this video. Important, very important. Oh, that's a great tile for Lordy here. Gets 2 points for the road, 6 points for the road, and also sets up a very, very nasty idea of drawing the last starting tile, going over here, finishing his 6-point city, and then bringing Diego's road into this blocked hole.
And by the way, the field is getting bigger, but people don't have meeples.
Well, Diego doesn't have meeples. David has meeples.
Yeah, so I think this looks now very favorable for green. The only way red gets meeples back is by giving points to green.
Well, red could just finish his little city at the bottom, so that's gonna be just fine.
Oh yeah.
So players keep exchanging quick points, or rather, David scores quick points and Diego doesn't. And yeah, green is turning this around apparently. Quick points go a long way. Also now, Diego chose to sacrifice 2 points in order to not to expose his city on the right. Maybe being a bit too cautious. Diego playing way too fast at this point, but I think his game plan is to trying to finish the city on the right. However, it's not going to work as great tile theater for.
This tile hurts a lot for if you are red.
Yes.
A lot. Well, first because you needed to close your city, but yeah. Well, you are suggesting to block the city, and yeah, the move you suggest is very strong. Another option was to close the road and make the finishing the city a lot harder. And you can even meeple this new city and just be very safe. So Diego must block the city and the road now. Mutual block. I think it's probably the best move. The thing is, it doesn't. It prevents. Okay, no,
I like this better. I like this better.
He really wants to finish that city.
And at this point, it's a good bet. I think he's being a little bit over-optimistic meepling that city cap, considering that there's another city cap open. Now, David's going to decide whether to take 4 points here or to do the blocking move. He goes for points. Yeah, there we go. Great move from David, equalizing the city of GDLK.
Oh, and now you can. I think the red will. Yeah, I'm too slow.
No, that's all right. That's right. It does make sense. He's now making it difficult to block that square. He wants to get something like a starting tile, of which there are still 2 existing, and then this here tile. You know what? From Diego's perspective, I actually like his strategy here because he's realizing that he's slipping a bit on meeple count, slipping a little bit on the scoreboard, and he just concentrates his efforts around one big feature, possibly game deciding, for which he has a reasonable probability of completing. But a huge strategical gain here as well for David as he manages to restrict this here connection to 0 tiles. So this here meeple is trapped. And this meeple is not trapped. Well, it's trapped, but it can still grow, especially if he gets one of the horse tiles for 3 points over here and 2 points for the city. GDLK is now trying to get his monastery away from the strangling embrace of Lordy's city. And David just keeps munching on quick points. Yum.
So a strategic decision here, because you as green you might have to think that you don't need the quick points, and the only way you lose the game is if red closes the city. So you could have gone for the blocking move before. But he decides to close the city and take the field instead. I would have just taken care of the big ruin now.
Nah, I do like this idea because I think David is going the outrunning route. His idea is not to try to prevent the completion of that city. His idea with all the quick points and the farmer that he could just now place, which I really like, is just to simply make sure that he still wins the game even if Diego finishes the big city.
Yeah, it's interesting. I am not sure which option was better. I still think you should get 100% if you attack the city somehow, but we'll see. Maybe you also get 100% this way.
I'm not sure about 100%. Actually, yeah, maybe. It's certainly like the more fun move to play because like this is where this tile belongs logically. So it's you've been waiting for this tile the entire game, and it's very difficult to not pull the trigger there. And also this field is 15 points, man. That's a lot of points for basically the price of 0 meeples. It's an 18 point move of 0 meeple investment. That's just too much to pass up on.
And we will see some content move at some point. Like Diego could, for example, attack the field now and just say, I hope I get the horse quickly.
Yep, that would be one way to do this. Although, if you do get the horse, you kind of want to be able to meeple the 6-point field here. Or at the very least, the 2-point road. So that would be sacrificing a little bit of value. And he goes for it. Awesome recognition here by Diego of how toast he is, and he needs to try and draw the horse tile on his very next move. Will he succeed? Will David block the field invasion, which he can't because there's still a monastery remaining? That's very nice recognition here by Diego, but he gives back another reconnection platform. So what are we having? From Lord D's perspective, do we take quick points and then maybe try to meeple a compensation farm? He just takes quick points and eliminates some field connection options for this here square. Diego gets an extra city. Lord D is probably now going to go here and drop yet another farmer. Another lovely approach, again, is to go over here and drop the compensation farmer for this square, trying to go for a 6 and maybe 9-point field if the city gets completed. What's your stylistic preference here? Compensation or field invasion?
I don't know. Maybe I would go for the field invasion. I think I can take the other field later. Because red has no meeples. So I get a chance to take the field after he closes the city.
I like the spirit of that. We just need to check the tile counting for this sort of decision. Well, there is one curve still available, and even with just one curve in the deck, this here field does seem like something that is worth doing. At the very least, it's already worth 3 points for this little city over here. We're leaving another city cap for which we can score later. But maybe Diego's route to victory is, first of all, get the city on his very next move, then get the monastery for the connection, and then try to get one more meeple into the field. So Diego does complete the big city. Okay, now it's a game.
The first part.
And now David is only ahead 4 points. Now 3 points for David. 4 points actually at the bottom. And now Diego's going to get another farmer somewhere. But where?
I don't see any farmer that can connect with one move.
Is there a vanilla city cap? And yes, there is. So our move is over here at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Through this here square. And I think this is all the rage for Diego. Like, this is his main chance. On the other hand, does he even need 2 farmers? Because he's down only 8 points. If he connects, he gets 9 extra. And he's already +1. He just needs to fend off this other meeple here at the top, which is a tougher thing to accomplish.
Yeah, but it gives you a bit of better chances, right? Because you can connect one of the two. But first he has to count the score because we are seeing that he's losing by 8, but he just finished that city, so he might not have very present what the score is, and the score changed a lot in the last moves.
Well, Diego's very wisely taking his time here, because you want to just solve this endgame completely. With 5 remaining tiles, there are 120 permutations that you need to go for, but then many of them are equivalent, so the actual number of lines that you calculate is probably fewer than 10. But still, endgames with 5 remaining tiles are incomparably more complex than the endgames with 4 remaining tiles. Intuitively, it does seem they should go for the field invasion at the bottom. It appears to be not easily blockable, and just banking on the vanilla tile seems like a fair bet. 40% chance to get this. No real blocking tiles at all, I believe. Except for the starting tile, yeah, that one could cause us a problem. So it's fewer than 40%.
But you still get value, right? Because the opponent loses a 4-point city and maybe
And maybe it gives you a city back in your field. That's the idea.
yeah.
Yeah, that sounds actually quite wise. And then maybe we're still on our last move, we're going to have some other options. There's an alternative for GDLK, by the way. He could also hope for back-to-back curve plus monastery and go over here, drop a farmer like this, hope to get the last curve, connect the farmers here, and get the invasion like this. But this sequence is lower probability than just going over here and hoping to not get blocked.
He could also, what I was just going to say this. Oh, but I was going to say this with a farmer, which was very risky, but
Yeah, so definitely GDLK goes for like a more standard move, and I think his idea is just trying to outrun his opponent, just score some points, and then his plan is to invade here and then use this here platform to draw something like a curve and not allow David to do what David just did. Oh, do we see the move? GDLK has here a 1 in 3 winning chance. Lord Terrycloth did not. Actually, no. Yeah, that's a good move from David. Connection over here. But GDLK has 1 in 3 chance to invade the field.
Oh, I see it, yeah.
Like this, through a monastery. There's still one monastery in the deck.
The intuition tells you to extend your city, but if you remember the monastery, you can find it. And you remember that this is the last... Oh, forget it. Yeah, just remember that you have the monastery option to connect.
I'm pretty sure he knows at this point because he must have spent the time counting the tiles. What he's trying to figure out now is, first of all, if I try to invade the field, is there a way for my opponent to get a 100% win with some sort of counter invasion? The answer to which seems to be no. And the other question that you're going to ask, is there a way for me to win the game without invading the field? The answer to which also seems to be no.
And he has almost 3 minutes, which I think should be enough to pull the trigger on this. But it's also some players get nervous with 2 minutes. I think 2 minutes with 2 tiles is fine. We'll see.
Yeah, he finds it. He finds it, and David does not get a tile that... But now he needs to think really, really hard. I don't think... you see, there's no curve remaining.
Can you go for the counter farmer on top of this one?
I was thinking going here, hoping that this red guy connect, and then reconnect over here, but I think the last tile just doesn't fit us. That's the problem.
Isn't it a curve?
No, I miscounted earlier. There are no curves. So David knows this stuff.
He doesn't. Oh, but green is going to win anyway.
Yeah, green has just a scoring move. There's 4 points anywhere.
Yeah. Oh, man.
This is not to say that David's move wasn't brilliant, because, by the way, that Diego's move wasn't brilliant, because you know what? If David were to panic and go for a counter farmer, he would score. Actually, he'd still lose. He'd still win because he can just get 1 point anywhere. Yeah, so still great.
But he gets... Oh, yeah.
4 points, yeah.
No, but he has to spend the move to get the field. So if green attacks the field, his last move has to be the 6-point farmer.
All right, yes, and then he loses. By a tie. So it was possible for David to mess this up, but David, to his credit, did not mess this one up. Wait. Are we positive, actually? Because again, the points counter is not always accurate.
I think it is, but I think he will win by 4.
Oh yeah, there we go. But why? Yeah, he does win by 4. He does win by 4. Still, absolutely great endgame play by GDLK. Really, just doing what he could with that big city, orchestrating those comeback. That's why this guy is just so enjoyable to watch.
Okay, I'm watching the comments. Apparently, they could hear us, but apparently I was on top of the board.
Oh no, I fixed that already, yeah. That was from a while
Okay,
ago, so don't worry about this. Do
all right.
worry about the fact that we have ourselves a decider where Lord Terry Clough is playing his traditional blue. Ah, why am I doing this? Why? It's green. Why is it so hard? Words, B-L-U. Oh, man. Okay, he's playing green. He is winning at the moment because he has the starting player advantage, but GDLK with 2 points on the scoreboard versus David 0. Monastery for David in a strategically advantageous location, but a bigger city for GDLK. Lord Terryclough goes for super efficient move. He's now looking to place the city cap in a risky place, but one which is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
You'd seem to not like that idea, Elias.
I usually don't do this kind of stuff. Like, this is the kind of stuff where where it's an inspiration thing because like I feel I will get blocked immediately. I know any blocking platform has to give me a point, which looks nice. But like I just feel unlucky.
Well, that's why David is not playing based off feelings, for I know. He's just trying to maximize the efficiency, and he did get a lot of points out of this. He's building up his monastery, getting his road, getting his city, so I do like his idea over here. He's getting now a little bit punished for another attempt at efficiency by this quadruple city tile, but he seems to be doing just fine for now. But credit, a lot of credit goes for Diego trying to build up this city over here. With this defensive move on top of David, Monastery was just fine, but David is now trying to attack this square, and Diego did not get a tile to defend. However, what I would do as Diego, I would either consider this 3-point road, or this 3-point road, or maybe forego both and try to anticipate David's invasion by trying to create a counter threat over there, not there. The first move in this duel of Diego that I didn't really like. This here blocking attempt seems to be a little...
You don't go for the principle of two cities. You close the city, I think.
Do you close your own city, or do you close the city of Lord Terryclough just to preserve that square?
You could also do that. I didn't consider, but I don't know. I remember a game against Martin Chelinak, where I went for this option where the only tile that blocks me is the starting tile and there's just one left, and he had it in hand and he destroyed me.
Well, sometimes you just have to take the loss. Like, just because something doesn't work does not mean that the decision leading up to that was incorrect.
Right, and that's a sports psychology thing that one has to train. Because then you just stop doing it because it didn't work that one time.
Or sometimes a worse thing can happen. You do something bad, but then it works one time, and then you keep doing it all the time thinking it's good.
Yeah, that happens to 100 ELO players a lot.
Oh, this happens to players much higher rated than that, but I just wanted to address this here beautiful move by David. Very efficient, starting a 3-point road and now also leaving the city cap in the open, which benefits only him because he's also threatening the integrity of the road of red. Given the fact that 3 out of the 4 starting tiles have gone out, in the meantime, David continued his city at the top. He's quite ahead on the scoreboard. Diego, however, with the first farmer, with the second farmer, now trying to really set up that Dorito for maximum effect. Diego trying to block some more. David cannot defend, but he gets a straight line which he can use to maybe invade this road and limit the size of the field. Oh, check this out, check this out. How about we go here, and then we get a curve, and then we go here, and we try to build a big road all the way like this. With 2 meeples.
Yeah. I think well, what I was about to say is even as red, I would consider reattacking the road, even if it restricts my own field.
Oh, yeah.
I think 9 points is fine for the field, but the road is more important than the field at this moment.
Oh, absolutely. One thing, though, that might prevent red from doing this is the fact that the last starting tile was just drawn, so this here potential road connection is a bit more dangerous than normal. This starting tile was going to be used over here, but GDLK drew the perfect blocking tile. He drew the last horse, meaning that there's nothing that fits into the square, meaning that David is now going to lose 2 of his meeples, but I don't think he's going to mind that much. The monastery is already scoring 8, the city is already scoring 5, and he's going to develop even further. However, Diego, with some other nice draws, getting here 7 points for the monastery, which now is going to get blocked, I hope, if David knows his stuff.
You can block or you can reattack the road, as you suggested. But yeah, I think it's too brave maybe at this point.
I mean, the road is fun, but we are really short on invasion tiles. There are only 2 straight lines remaining, and there are 2 crossroads. And there are 0 starting tiles. It's just, yeah. David has discipline.
Yep.
Maybe I can do it with my next tile, with a regular curve. Like once I don't have any other objectives. I think because the payoff is just so huge. I'm willing to risk a meeple on that. And also, if it gets bad, you can always bail out with a crossroad or something. You know. There's a secret to playing Carcassonne at a higher level, like at an 800 level. Very often, if a move looks pretty and it makes the map pretty, then do it. Any suggestions for this here tile? Diego just to discard it. Do you agree with him?
I don't see. I was considering to place it on the left next to the farmer to try to restrict the road invasion and maybe add a city to my field, even though it actually restricts the field more than it helps.
Yeah. Well, it appeared to be not impactful enough, as David connects to the roads, drop a farmer trying to invade. This 9-point farmer over here figures that he doesn't really need the extra meeples too much, with 30 tiles remaining to play. And then also starting a new city at the bottom, playing really small ball. And now, Diego, do you go for the content move, or do you just take 3 points over here? But this...
I don't know. I like the content move.
Please, I don't care if it's a good move, just do it. Just do it. Please. Do the invasion. 2 straight lines still remaining. It's beautiful.
The problem, it leaves a 4-point road for grabs. That's the part that I don't like.
And it's also sacrifices 4 points immediately. It would be not a good move, even if it works. Because also we got to remember, if we do successfully connect to the road, then we let in the green farmer into our 9-point field, so we lose 3 points, and that's why...
Oh, I actually missed that green farmer.
Well, that's the purpose of using green.
Yeah.
Actually, never mind. Let me just see. I can change that. So David's now going to be yellow. I don't care. Tile tracker, big skin. That's it. David's yellow, GDLK is black. There we go. So much better.
Okay. Yeah, so now GDLK can go for the content move again.
Now this wouldn't be such a bad idea.
The first time. Yeah.
There's also small ball approach, simply trying to block that road and not allowing David an invasion. Diego is,
Right.
however, down 10 points overall. He does have scoring potential on his field on the left, but maybe he wants to give himself some extra kick. I'm very curious, Elias, like, honestly, what you would do as a player. Would you go for the invasion or would you do a chickeny move?
I think it depends on my mood of the day. So to evaluate the invasion, you have to count. So the farmer invasion is +3, and the road is a lot more. So I feel that I would probably do the content move here.
So we got to reevaluate the chances of success. So the road, if you build all the way around, is 14 points, which is actually 11 because it also means that this guy connects. So this is 11 points for the price of 0 meeples, really, because we do get a meeple back if we get that road fully. What are the chances of getting the road? Well, we do have 2 tiles for connection, so that's roughly 75%. And maybe around 40% of the time, 30% of the time we're getting blocked, which still makes it like marginally positive expected value, but he doesn't pull the trigger.
Another thing to consider is the fact that there are no road monasteries on the board. And if you connect the 3 fields, you steal the 6-point field from yellow now.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, and this is something that yellow needs to be concerned about. And he should not place the tile there. And he wisely doesn't, placing his last meeple on that other road monastery. By the way, also, GDLK made something very interesting. He just started a rhombus-shaped city at the bottom with just enough Doritos left to justify it. Also, very smart move from GDLK, but now...
Nice.
Yeah, he's trying to unite all the fields.
And he can do it with or without the monastery. Now he can attack the road as well.
Now it's unblockable 75%. Oh, I can't watch. Come on, somebody do it, please. Please.
And Lord Terrycloth gets the other monastery.
Yeah, and actually...
You can still connect the fields. But... not really.
It would have worked. Well, yeah, you can't really fully connect the fields because then David would get to preserve his 6 points. But man, that would have worked. That would have worked. Diego, you're just making me agonize.
And now, but Terrycloth will not do it because he is. Do you spend your last meep? It's just 1 curve left, right?
Yes, after this move, it's 1 curve left. And like he's ahead. He doesn't have to do it. That's the thing. Yeah. Diego was behind, so Diego kind of had to do it. Lord Terrycloth is just going to get his meeple back from the monastery. I think he doesn't even need to optimize too much. He's not going to bother scoring 2 points, or at least I think he shouldn't. Just getting that second meeple, fine, optimize, whatevs. His position is great regardless.
Yeah.
Oh, but not so fast. 7 points for Diego.
7-point move.
David can still score just for his rune at the bottom.
Yep.
Or he can still go for the invasion if he so chooses. That would be horrible, but he can still do it. No, oh, man. These sort of moves, man.
What's this? I'm very confused by this because this is what you do when you think you are losing.
Yes, and I think David thinks, hey, I'm winning the game, but if I'm winning the game, it's not interesting. So let me lose the game to make this more interesting. I can see, I don't know, nerves or whatever.
So there's another way to do this move is you see the 4-point road and you decide to take it. And before you take it, you realize it's your last meeple and you decide to not take it, but you already placed the tile.
This would be true, but timing tells suggest otherwise. Because typically what happens, you place it like very, very quickly, and then a few seconds pass as you realize that, oops, I can't meeple it anymore. But David seemed to skip the meeple placing phase almost instantly, making sure that it was planned. it has an idea behind this, like leaving the road back and blocking some cities. So Diego is trying to take advantage of that. And it works for now, at the very least. Diego forced David to spend his last meeple. And now Diego's just going to score a little bit. He's only 5 points behind, it seems.
Yeah, so I think now you just restrict the monastery a little bit and also restrict the invasions to the field.
Ah, you mean like
I was
this on the left?
Yeah,
Tight.
on the left. But he does something different.
I mean,
Probably
2 points
he
are 2
sees
points.
that there's a way to close the city like this.
Yep.
I don't know if he needed the splitter that yellow just got.
No. He has 2 Doritos, all right. GDLK has another win condition. He can just go here and do this.
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to do. Maybe he just takes 4 quick points, but I think he will try to finish his city, given the previous move.
Ah, but there are also 2 cows. So this is actually a super interesting situation, because he's trying to figure out how exactly to
set
finish
up a
this.
cow instead, actually.
I would go for the Dorito setup, because at least it's an instant completion of the city. And then probably David might even draw a cow and put the cow here himself. Oh, or 4 points are also fine, I guess.
Okay, he goes for the 4 points, which makes it pretty close.
David really should spend more time on his moves. Really, that there was just no need for this.
Why would you do that? No.
I don't know, he thinks there's a splitter or something.
Yeah. But now Diego, well, he has so many options, but I think the 4 points are like almost winning. I'm not sure. He can attack this city as well. I don't know how many Doritos are left.
There's 1 road Dorito and 1 field Dorito. Actually, pretty decent chance. There are also some cows to bail out. But if he just takes quick points, he's already going to be slightly ahead, so that could work. He could still just add 1 point to himself and try to complete the other city, but he goes for the content move, at least for once in his life, and he gets the Dorito, very much deservedly so. And Lord Terrycloth scores, but finally he's going to be behind.
But now black... Oh, this is not the tile that you want right now.
As black? No, it's lovely. It's 3 points.
Well, because you want to take the 6-point field before the opponent, but the opponent won't take it anymore. The opponent will attack the field now.
Yeah, he probably has to. But here's the thing about Diego's position. No.
Oh, he attacks the road.
Okay, nice. There's a curve still, yeah, it works.
Yeah.
Is he gonna get it? He gets it!
Oh.
Unbelievable! And he's gonna have a meeple back to score again. What a series of moves! Diego is still ahead. He has a 4-point move available to him.
Yeah.
And
he sees it.
David with a straight line, I think, is going to come short just a little bit.
4-point road?
4-point road, or completing the monastery and starting a new road.
No, you have to keep as little meeples in hand as possible, so 4-point road.
I'm not sure if David and you share the same aesthetics.
He goes for a 3-point road instead. Oh, for a 3-point field.
Yeah,
this
so
one
just
I don't get.
1 point miss, I guess, and GGS saying Lord Terrycloth, because GDLK is going to win this one by just a few points. Yeah, honestly, spectacular showing towards the end. Invasion of the city, which secured GGLK the win. The attempt for that long road, which gave some chances to Lord Terrycloth, but just a little too late. And it felt like Yellow was in such a controlling position, but then he started horsing around with this here move over here, just not taking value, whereas just take 2 points. Keep going on. And so one thing about...
the second one, joining the two cities, losing 1 point, and giving the option to the opponent to reattack the city. I think that was the biggest blunder, actually.
Yeah, the thing with David's moves like this, it has to be like somewhat psychological, because do you saw how these moves were made instantly? So it's a time management issue. He just kind of sort of, I think it was just like he just stopped thinking for a few moves and then started thinking again when it was a little bit too late. So this sort of thing can happen under pressure, but it will cost the United Kingdom this here duel. There's still multiple duels going on, so...
Yeah, I would bet that Nymeria is still in game 2, or maybe starting game 2, something like that.
Let's have a look at Nymeria, and of course we're going to finish with our classic, the stat mats, with the decider for the entire match. Probably the score is now tied 1-1, and we have 3 deciders. Okay, as close as it can possibly get. So do you want to do Nymeria?
I don't know, but Nymeria is pretty slow, which allows us to analyze more, but it might be over when we finish the game.
I prefer looking at slow games, just generally.
Matt is also slow, so okay. Let's see what we have here.
But Jack is also pretty slow as well. Although, I'm going to say like, slow in a good sense. Like, slow is good. Slow means like you're trying to win the game. So let me make sense of this position real quick.
I'm
do you want to go?
Confused because for me the meeples in hand are green and red, but the meeples on the board are yellow and black.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Spitke about this. Like he said that that it works with the new tile design better, but it's a sacrifice I'm not willing to make. I'm gonna take care of that in a second.
No, I think I'm good. Nymeria is black, right?
Yes. No, Jack face is black now.
No, Jack face is black. Okay. So we see that there's a field with 2 black meeples and a yellow meeple that probably will join. There are still attacking options to attack. A lot of options to attack well, there's one clear option to attack the field at some point, but we don't know how important it is. So Nymeria has this restricted city that wants a left-handed dagger, and I think there are still 3, right?
Yes.
I see 2 right-handed daggers.
Well, we are even on the scoreboard. Overall, it looks like a good position for Black, just because Black has the field control, Black has the reasonably developed monastery, and Yellow City is still going to require some time to be completed. It is still possible for Black, for example, to get a tile here, and with tempo create a blocking square against this here city. Prior to that, we could also go here, try to restrict that square before, so... It's a bit of a dangerous construction here for the Chilean. However, he does have 4 meeples in hand, so he's not going to experience meeple disadvantage too soon. He goes at the top, starts an adventurous new city.
This was a hard splitter because no matter all the good places to meeple the city, give the other cap back to the opponent.
And the opponent is going to take the cap, starting a potential 8-point city, which can now be restricted. As Nymeria, I would be trying to restrict it, and I would be succeeding in that. Or Or not.
Not really.
Well, he did succeed in restriction. He didn't succeed in actually continuing with that. So, strategic decision for Vineria. What do we do with the city here? And I think, well, he goes for the adventurous stuff, trying to build a bigger city, which is not going to get completed, but it's going to score like 10, 12-ish points, so that's something.
Now Vineria needs 3 left-handed daggers, and there's only 2 left.
Yeah. So that's an elaborate version of a Sophie's Choice block. And of course, he's going to use the dagger over here because at the very least, this here city is live. Unless, of course, through this route, it gets permanently blocked. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why, from Vineria's perspective, I think strategically just bailing out and starting to build a small city was better. Because then later on, we could go here and block the square and build up our ruin. Then also, it is in yellow's interest to actually not fill that square and not fill that square either. So there's some backdoor chances of keeping this 6-point field to himself without getting eaten up by these 2 meeples.
Yeah. As Vineria now, do you take the Dorito and start a new city?
Yes. Easy response.
Yeah.
He needs to score, like he's 8 points behind on the scoreboard.
There's a little risk of the meeple being eventually tied up to the other city, which is why he meeples it the other way around.
In any case, he's going to pay for it.
Yep.
So this city unification for Vineria is going to work out quite well, as he's scoring already 9 points on that city. He's probably going to score a couple more, but a road monastery for Jacques Fass is...
Do you take the road instead of taking the monastery just so that Vineria doesn't take the road afterwards?
No, because if Vineria takes the road, he takes 5, and if we take the monastery, we take 8. But a move that I was going to consider as Jack is actually just taking this 3-point road and expanding the field, and that's a 6-point move without the investment of a meeple. That's actually not that bad.
Yeah.
This monastery is wonderful, but only if it succeeds, because now Vineria is trying to block that. Luckily for Jackface, he's going to have a defense, although it's going to cost him 3 points. And with 5 remaining curves, I'm pretty sure he's going to succeed in recovering both of these meeples. Strategic decision for Vineria. Do you start a new city, or do you compromise the integrity of one of the cities that you already have? I have the answer to this, but I think the best move on this board is not easy to see. So what are your ideas here, Elias?
So my first idea was just take 2 points for your city for the city that you don't plan on closing. But it might not be good. Maybe there's something better.
I think there is something better. I think there
You still
is
have
something better.
2 meeples, so
Not that one. Not that one. Well, actually, that's not that bad. No, that's not that bad at all. I was going to suggest a move which actually does not quite work out. But my idea was to go here and to continue the city over here and give our opponent 1 chance to block the square at the expense of the safety of the monastery. And so sometimes, if they do block our square here, they block our city, but they also block their own monastery. So that was the idea, because at some point, I think it's Vineria. Like, we have to take a run for this city here.
yeah, I consider that, but with the Dorito pointing the other way, pointing towards the monastery.
This was my first thought, but then, and this was indeed the move that I was thinking, but now that I see that this monastery was Jackface's tile, he could go over here, and that would create a permanent block, because there are no starting tiles remaining. So this move by Vineria is a better option of what I was suggesting. I absolutely loving this. It's counterintuitive, and now Jack can't really block reliably, although the block is in fact the best move for him. He would be restricting his monastery, but then this will give a chance for Vineria to go here and then actually block the monastery as well.
Yeah. But you can block with the city pointing to the monastery or towards the right.
Easily towards the monastery, but it is not easy to see. There's
But
still a vanilla, there's still a splitter, and this is not that good. So this is perfect. And this is not that good either.
So he really wants that field.
Yep. The reason why I liked Vineria's plan is because in addition to the chances of like it working, there's also the chance that its plan's going to induce the mistake. This is a move which I don't like for so many reasons. First of all, the extra farmer is really extra at this point of the game, because Jack is going to spend some time with just one meeple in hand. Then also, he's restricting his monastery more than he might think. Then also leaving this city cap is actually not a good idea at all, because most of the time Vineria is the one who takes advantage of it, although Jack does get a bit fortunate in that regard. Vineria, however, with a mistake on his last move, should not have ever gone. Yeah, like there's a lot of tactical stuff that even experienced players don't know. Because you see, Horim was trying to create a blocking platform against this square, but what he ended up doing, he accidentally protected this square instead.
Well, now the farmer looks kind of justified.
Exactly, yeah. So it's, I guess, like, it's not a mistake if it works in one sense, but very often players are trying to induce mistakes from one another and they're succeeding.
Vineria can try to indirectly defend his city, is what he's going to do.
Yeah, that does make sense. I mean, the Chilean is really in a difficult position here. The scoreboard stuff, now his meeple's getting blocked left and right. He does have one dagger for each of the cities. Luckily, he needs different daggers. He needs...
No, but Vineria is getting all the curves, which must be frustrating for Jack Face, but he's still ahead, I think.
Yeah, and Jacques Fass is getting all the city caps.
Yeah.
So I think because I think like Vineria getting the curves, but then with the curves he cannot really do much.
Would you set up a road through your city with this one?
Oh yeah, lovely
6
idea,
point
Elias. This is also a move that makes sense, but what this move is saying is that he's just going to he just wants to draw this dagger in order to win this game. Difficult here. Jack is trying to block this square. Horim does not get a defense. He does get a field restriction tile, which is actually good for him. He can place it here, and then he can hope to get this here tile and drop a farmer like this.
He gets a defense platform.
Well, that's something, actually. It's very marginal value, but hey.
He's gonna use it now.
Yes, actually, yes. Huh, that's fun. If that works and if that wins him the game, that's the move of the week. That's like peak subtlety. He's just trying to figure out how exactly to do. Okay. That's so has to be unfortunate. He tried so hard defending his meeple, and then just Jack draws the last dagger that fits into that square, not only denying a meeple to Vineria here, but also scoring 7 points on his own, and I believe Jack Fowler is going to propel the United Kingdom to almost a victory here. Vineria is trying to struggle hard, placing a 6-point monastery, hoping to possibly draw this here dagger to complete his city. On the very next move, he now... I don't think he can afford to continue that city, or can he? No, he cannot, because there's no remaining road Dorito available. So he cannot afford to go here. He's going to continue his monastery. He's going to suffer against the 2 new meeples of Jacques Fass.
Hmm.
Let me get one
Yeah,
more.
as Jackface, I would have considered meepling the road actually because it feels like three meeples is too much for the rest of the game.
I know, but
Maybe
then
I'm
like
wrong, but
if each of your moves wins 100% of the time, then it doesn't really matter what exactly do
yeah,
you make.
he will take a huge city now. Well, maybe huge is an overstatement, but
Anything that wins you the game is huge.
yeah, it's a lot. Um, it's time for me to eat, so I'm gonna mute myself a little bit.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we're okay with having breaks and stuff, so
Okay.
I can. Yeah, it is indeed a long stream. So I'm gonna announce the action towards the end. What for what? Points? No, not 4 points. Vanilla with a slight imprecision, making a 3-point field instead of a 4-point road. Jacques Fass is going to score those 4 points. Actually, 5 points now. Thinking for a few seconds, double checking something. Maybe taunting his opponent a little bit. Splitter tile for Vinere, who will be trying to be precise against until the end. There's not even a way for him to fight for the field. And the best that he can do is maybe drop the city caps in his own little field of 3 points, trying to score 7 on his last turn. Maybe he can just meeple the city cap at the bottom, simply going for the city cap cleanup. Or going for the ruin invasion, calculating that apparently there must still be one invasion tile. Jacques Fass with the crossroads, taking 4 points. Vanir is saying GG, well played, being courteous. Yeah, I felt like it was a high-level game overall. A couple of tactical imprecisions from both sides, like near that bottom right area, but felt like with all those extra monasteries, Jacques Fass had an early control of the game. Four points on the final move of the Brit. Now we're going to see what the final score is as the counting tool stopped working automatically. I don't know why exactly that is the case. Also, to rub it in, Vinere's invasion of the city was not successful. And a massive difference of over the 40 points. So, the United Kingdom are just one game away from securing their participation in the playoffs. And maybe they have already done so. No, because Chile won a second one. So Ishan Malhotra won against Cito Arce, GDLK, and Claudio Herrera are the victors. And as predicted, Matt is going to play the decider for the game. The 2023 World Champion, again with peak content. So this was their first game. This is now their third. The score is 1-1 in that duel. It started 24 minutes ago, so we're witnessing the last tiles of this match. Whatever the position is, they're going to decide everything, and it looks like Aden is about to deliver the upset, and this doesn't seem to be looking too good for the world champion. Matt probably has some sort of field control. We're going to see that in a second because I really, really need to zoom out. Well, one thing that also Matt has is actually no nearly tied ruins, so this here is kind of inconsequential. These here two monasteries are also kind of inconsequential. They cancel each other out. A shared road. So at this point, it's all about the fields. But I see more red farmers on the field than I see yellow. That's a big issue here for Matt. But each side has one more meeple, so they could drop more farmers. There are actually two fields right now. There's this right side, which has not yet been connected to the left side, and there are 4 cities on it for 12 points. And then this bigger side with 1 red meeple and 1 yellow meeple on it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cities and 21 points. So I assume if Matt somehow finds an invasion of that field, he could still win this. He probably is going to still win this because there's no way how you can score 21 points with 1 meeple unless you invade the field. The big issue for Matt is he has barely any time. So our British fans has to hope that Matt has perfect knowledge of tiles and points at this point, that he's trying to think whilst Aden is thinking, and well, he drops a farmer. And I think Aden actually messed this one up. There was no good reason to connect this field. If Matt is dropping a farmer here, there must be a tile to complete the invasion. Well, I don't see it right now because all the monasteries have gone out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 curves have gone out. Aden goes for the counter invasion. Matt finishes the shared city and... no, that was a panic move from Stat Matt. There was no invasion tile. He just figured that he has to try for it because he was so far behind. And if you don't have the perfect information of the tiles, yeah, you just have to go for it, really, because this was the only invasion spot. He was trying to pull off a Wallace Prime back from 2022 from the British National Championship, but Matt ain't no Chris, apparently, and the field is going to be tied for 30 points. And Aden Lassettes is going to score a record-breaking 165 points in a Carcassonne game. This has to be an all-time WTCOC record. And Stat Matt was probably with the highest losing score of 142, continuing the horrible weekends that world champions have been having. He's actually the 4th world champion to lose his duel this week, and he's going to eliminate Team United Kingdom from this championship in a rather heartbreaking fashion. But huge congratulations goes for Chile, who are not frequent guests in the playoffs and has very often have strong players, but really struggled in difficult groups in tournament tables, always ended up losing on tiebreakers. And now finally, they're going to have their chance to compete for ultimate glory. I'm not sure about the United Kingdom's tiebreakers. I think they're not high enough for the UK to have a chance. But we're going to have to look in the tournament table a little bit later. So the UK will probably finish this in 3rd place.
I just finished eating. So UK had 11 duels before this match. No, I think they have a good tiebreakers.
So are they even ahead of Greece? That's the thing. Yes, they have. Their tiebreaker is pretty good. So the United Kingdom actually do have a chance there.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do all the wrap-ups like at the end of the stream, and that's why I have you here to do all the math for me.
Oh no, I'm terrible at
math, I know.
arithmetics, but yeah, I was eating, but I was still watching. I was going to say about Matt's. I have been in some positions where I don't count if there's a connection tile or not. I'm just like, there's no way I'm winning without the field. So I'm just gonna do the only field invasion available without counting if I can connect or not, because either I'm already lost or this is my only winning tactic.
Yeah, exactly.
I
And
do
Matt
not.
knows exactly this. This is exactly what he did. So that's perfect logic. Just didn't get the tiles. It was 0% already at that point. Okay, we do have a
Yeah.
comment from Kirilo Manikov, who is way, way better at this, because I know that Kirilo has been like running simulations about the possible playoff grids, saying that the UKs do still have pretty good chances. So at the very least, it was a tight match. Their tiebreakers weren't hurt that badly. So commiserations to the United Kingdom fans, but not big commiserations, slight commiserations so far. And of course, huge congratulations to Chile again. Really, really significant upset there. Is it time for the
But
next match? I think it already might be.
what's the next match?
Slovakia versus Italy in Group A. Italy needs to win over Slovakia in order to qualify, and this has already started. So I'm going to just go ahead and open up the duel which I think has the most potential. That's Radohu versus Barry 10. Now, of course, it's going to be difficult for Slovakia to fight against a team with Italy's caliber, but they do have several strong players. Mate 11 versus James 81. Actually, Mate, an experienced player, former world number 3 and 4 multiple times, is going to have an advantage over James 81. Radohu and Barry, this is the table that if Slovakia wants to win, they will need to win. On the other table, there are a few options, but since the match has been going for 28 minutes already, we're probably better off just going into the games.
I played Radohu once in a previous WTCOC, and I remember him being pretty fast.
I mean, but all Slovak players kind of are. So we're
All
gonna get a
of
very
them are
short
fast.
match.
It's not just Mate.
It's not just Mate, yeah. I mean, Mate's probably number one. Like, he is the second fastest player in the world after Erwin G. Okay, now I want to use blue and yellow for this. And so please, if you could make sense of this position here, Elias, then we can continue.
let me see. Okay, so we have a field fight that has two meeples of each color fighting, but two yellow meeples on the field and two blue meeples trying to get to the field. Mm. Oh, I have played Barry actually. I have a note. Um,
Oh no.
Barry is ahead by 16. So it looks a lot better for red, but green has more meeples. Red also has the monasteries. What could happen is that the field might be very important at the end. And there are still some invasion platforms on the upper left. Also on the lower middle, let's say, through a T, but no, there are no regular crossroads left. And there's one umbrella left to connect on the bottom. But there's also the more normal invasion platforms through this Dorito. I think Radohu might use one of those platforms really soon, probably right now. Um, Another big feature is this ruin on the right. Radohu might also be considering to taking. Okay, he goes for a connection. He goes for a connection that at this moment has lower probability of working, I think, but it's worth already 3 points, probably six, even if it's not successful. Barrier restricts the connection tiles to just the dagger. I see three daggers, so this square is blocked. Effectively, this green meeple blocked the monastery, and now it's a mini battle. At the moment, it's a mini battle, but it can also connect on the upper side, which Barry will try to avoid right now, maybe restricting one of these two squares to a starting tile. I see one. I only see one. Is there just one starting tile? No, there are two. So no, there's I see three. It says to restrict the city cap instead, or she. It appears to be a she on BGA, but sometimes people get that wrong.
Are you talking about Barry or
I know
Radohu?
that Barry.
Oh, gotcha. It's possible, yeah.
I know that a Mexican player has a female BGA profile, but it's definitely a he in every definition of the word.
You can just use they. Can't go wrong, probably.
Okay. And yeah, Barry eliminating another connection, but now Radohu plans seems to be working. It seems like he can now connect very easily to the field with a third farmer, which is maybe winning. Let's see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cities against the monasteries, and the score difference. I think it might not be enough, actually.
But the 9-point monastery is going to be enough that he's going to about to get. And the
The
5-point road is going to be enough if he's going to get that as well.
Yeah. So
However, Barry can still reattack the field too. That's the thing.
yeah, and I think that was the idea with the city cap that Barry used at his monastery. It was not for the 1 point, it was to create an invasion platform.
Yeah, but Radohu now I think is about to unfortunately put himself in a difficult position. So he meeples a 6-point monastery, which is really a 5-point monastery. It's also in a position that helps Barry a little bit, but not by much because there's no dagger tile to get this monastery meepled back. But one thing about this move, what I
Barry
don't
should
like is that
restrict the monastery, right? Oh, Barry can block the monastery right now.
how? Oh,
The
this
one
one
on
at the
top.
top, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're what? No, that's not a full block. No,
There are
because there's
no crossroads.
oh, there are no crossroads, right? There's a starting tile, but this here would be a full block. He doesn't bother. Radohu now has chances. Tries to build up this monastery. Barry, though, with a starting tile. Looking to do, I don't know what exactly. Maybe just trying to outscore. He's clearly going the outrunning route. He's trying to concede the field. Using some blocking. And Radohu gets away with his extravagance. And he actually has another monastery that he can go over here. This is really interesting.
Yeah, and there are no invasion platforms at the moment, I think.
Well, there's
Are
one at the
there?
bottom. Like
But
this.
oh, there's the city crossroads option left, but it's no, that's not live. It was drawn.
Yeah, so all rose tiles have gone out. But if not for this move, Barry could actually have gone here, added 2 points to Ardohu City, dropped the farmer and connect like this. He sort of blocked his own invasion platform, but again, with 24 points extra on the scoreboard, I think he doesn't care too much. And finally, he finds the block, preventing Radohu from scoring the 5 extra points. So that's huge. Radohu blocks the 4-point road from Barry. Now the best that Barry can do is take a 7-point monastery at the bottom and just try and chill, or maybe go for a field invasion with no guarantee of success.
Yeah, but I think Barry can outscore the field, right? It feels like I haven't counted, but it feels like Barry can outscore the field, I think.
I think he can, but the thing with this, for some reason, the potential of outscoring your opponent's field is something that many expert players get wrong. Still, to this day, we've seen a lot of players fall victim to the "I can't lose your field" syndrome on stream.
Yeah, it's like the most common mistake in this championship, I think.
Yeah, I think it was more of a Champions League thing. So 2 points for Barry only. He wants to preserve his meeple for some future endeavors. Radohu gets a straight line. Radohu really needs to get the last monastery tile to score some extra points. Nothing much he can do with that straight line. Just some minor restrictions, some quick points for Barry. Radohu could eliminate the connection platform, but Barry gets the monastery, so no quick points for Radohu.
Yeah, Barry can just take the monastery, and I think that should be enough.
Yeah, and he figures that out. Well, 4 points extra for Radohu, that's something. Unless he chooses to finish his monastery meeple with the new city cap, that's also a possibility. And he does exactly that. And from that, I'm making the assumption that there could be one more city cap remaining. In any case, Barry is just taking quick points and a slight miscalculation for Radohu, but that's actually ain't no big deal. Only a 2 points mistake from Radohu on his penultimate move. Now we're gonna see if that gonna make a difference or not. I don't think so, no? Hi Lambe, congratulations on your duel. As you can see, Italy is still not out of the water yet. Although it looks like Barry has gotten this one. Slovakia, however, is leading on the other 3 tables. And hey, it's close. Only -6 for Radohu. -4 with more precise play. So had he gotten one of the 2 remaining monasteries, or had he maybe gotten that road tile to finish his monastery a little bit earlier, we could have seen a different outcome. So far, absolutely solid effort from the Slovak, but Barry 10 hangs in just there, delivering
I
the
think
point.
if he gets the monastery first and then the cap, it should be enough, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually. Do you want to have a look at... So we have next options. We can have a look at Misozak, who is ahead against Pollo Verde, or we can have a look at Giulio Tomao, who's playing a decider against Speed 9-5.
No, I need some Italian to tell us if it's Pollo Verde or Pollo Verde.
It's Polo. I'm speaking to a Spanish-speaking person, so I'm speaking in...
I also call him Pollo Verde, but
Frango
It's
verde.
a
Frango
funny name.
verde o nome dele.
Franco Verde.
Alrighty. So hey, we have a
All
tight
right.
one between Speed and Giulio Tomao. Giulio is now currently rated not that high, so but still his peak rating, of course, is super high. Has won the Italian championship multiple times, I believe, but the Slovak is holding his own and is currently ahead on the scoreboard. He's even getting a meeple extra. So are we gonna see a big upset or not?
Oh, I think this is a mistake by Julio. Oh
What do you
no,
want to do?
wait, I'm wrong. Sorry. I hallucinated something.
Did you want this move over here with a farmer like this? Trying to go
No,
for a curve?
I wanted him to close his road with the T, but it doesn't fit.
Yeah, a straight line is needed there, of course. And it's also
Yeah.
needed for this field invasion, so it looks like a
Oh,
straight
but
line.
not anymore. He can now connect to the field through a curve thanks to blue.
But that's a
But
different
I
field. That's a
think
small field
oh,
on
that's
the
a
left
small field.
side.
I thought it was unified. Yeah.
Hey, and blue keeps just getting those straight lines for some more field connections. It does appear that the field is going to be the most decisive feature of the game because there are some blocked cities over here, blocked monastery, blocked road. Although we do need to quickly count the daggers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No daggers remaining, so this square is dead, this square is dead, these 3 meeples are trapped. About the road, I'm not sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One straight line remaining? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, no straight lines remaining. Speed drew them all. This meeple trapped, this meeple trapped, this meeple trapped, and I think Slovakia is headed for an upset here.
Yeah. But it's how much better is Slovakia? Like he has 6 cities in fields, is that right?
Something like this, and
Oh,
these fields look kind of close to impenetrable.
yeah, it's a lot. I think it's better for Slovakia right now.
By a lot. And
Uh,
Julio needs to find something. There has to be some sort of miraculous invasion, like you have to cook something up.
are there starting tiles left?
I like your thinking, and the answer is no, unfortunately. But I'ma presume that
Okay.
you were thinking of a move like this, dropping a unblockable farmer over here, connecting to the field like that, and also me playing this long road in the process. There is, however, no straight lines, no road crossroads. Like, we're toast. We're just toast. We just hope that Italians
Yeah,
do better on the other tables.
I think you take a 5-point city and that's it.
4-point city, though, but yeah.
It's 5, right?
I think it's shieldless, no?
I think there's a shield, but
It's possible, it's possible. I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference. If there's a shield, then it is indeed
yeah.
5 points. But Speed 95 is ahead even without the field, and all he needs to do is not lose on time with like 8 minutes, and he actually could take a undisputably 5-point city.
Yeah,
And this is
this one
exactly
is
what he
5
does.
point for sure.
And Giulio Tomao is going to suffer quite the defeat here. Quite unfortunate for him not to connect on this setup. Sometimes going to happen.
No, the correct
75% something not
move
good
is to
enough.
take a 3-point city, but no. Maybe I'm just joking. There are a lot of 3-point stuff, but I would take a 3-point city.
I know. I remember your priorities. Roads, no, monastery, road, city, field.
Yeah. I feel like he's going to take a field, yeah.
Yep.
And then blue takes the other field.
Possibly. Or just the city.
Actually, yeah. Actually, it was not correct to take a 3-point city because you leave a 4-point city for grabs,
Oh, that's
which
true,
is buried in
yeah.
a 3-point field.
I mean, respect for Giulio for being precise. Too little, too late.
Yeah. But, oh, he does take the city. Nice.
So you can too connect on aesthetics. Speed 9-5 with a huge upset there against the player who's actually much, much higher rated than them. So big congratulations to Slovakia so far. For Italy, it's going to be super tough because they need to win all the remaining games in order to win this one. And they're...
It's... So Italy could up third despite winning?
If Italy loses this one, I think they're toast.
Yeah, if they lose the match, they're toast, yeah.
Yeah. And if they win the match, I think they're pretty safe.
Yeah.
So plus
there's
18.
also a weird thing. Group B is the most complex group, I think, because we don't know who's last yet, and
That's
we remove
true.
so we don't know if we have to remove Slovakia or Uruguay.
I mean, Slovakia is doing pretty good so far. They might even win this match. Okay.
Yeah.
And here it's pretty tight between the green chicken and Misozak. Let me just take care of the meeple interface for a second. 5 tiles remaining. Actually, just in case I can announce, the remaining tiles are city splitter, vertical, quadruple city tile, extender, starting tile, and 2 straight lines. Yeah, let's put them like this. So the green chicken is now yellow chicken, and Misozak is now black.
It happens that sometimes stuff is named after a color that's arguably not the color of the thing. So I can have an orange green chicken. I don't mind.
Yes. Oh, wait, isn't orange chicken like also a thing?
Well, yeah, in so there's chicken a l'orange, right?
I presume so. I'm not a big expert on this
Yeah.
kind of stuff. But it's again another interesting field fight here, which we should focus
Yep.
on. So
Is there no the farmer on the right is blocked? 0-point farmer?
this here, yeah.
Yeah.
Now this black farmer has connected to the main field. The chickeny player is now threatening to maybe finish the city cap and drop a farmer. If there is a city cap remaining, I should remember this. Yes, there is.
I see. It was just used by Misosak. Oh no, there was
The vertical
parallel
splitter.
caps, right? Yeah.
But I don't think there's an invasion tile. Because there are no curves.
Yeah, I don't think there is an invasion tile. Yeah. There would be a funny move if there was one more cap to add it to the city where the drunk farmer is and try to make it a 3-point field. But there are no enough caps to do it, sadly.
In any case, the situation seems to be such that since the fields are equal, and Misozak has more features on the board with a better developed mana stream with long road at the top, unless the chicken can pull out an invasion out of his thighs, I think that Slovakia is going to win this one as well.
Yeah, it looks like it, and I don't see any. Well, the invasion platform is through the city where there's a meeple, but I don't think there are field tiles.
Yeah. Wait. Which invasion?
So the city that has the drunk farmer, you
Yeah.
could place the cup there and place a farmer on the right.
Oh, right, like this, of course. Yeah. But again, there are no tiles
Yeah.
to do
But I
that.
don't think there are tiles that connect it. So I think the best you can do is 4 points, but it's not enough because of all the black stuff.
Yeah, I don't trust the tile counter. I just did recounting with my eyes, and I can confirm that there's no invasion tile. Tough. It's like at this point you just have to postpone the defeat. I mean, I guess take 4 points at the top, try to score in your last move. That's about it.
He has 35 seconds. He has to be counting all the field tiles, and if he miscounts, he has to place the farmer. I think it's like a stat mat situation. You have to place the farmer anyway, just
Yeah.
in case.
Pretty much, just in case you miscounted, so don't even bother. Yeah, he goes for it. Honestly, I can understand. Misozak is getting one tile for himself.
He ended with a meeple surplus, right?
I know, and he also ended up with a 1 point fewer than he could have had, but this is just a minor imprecision still. Massive win here for the newer Slovak expert who rose to prominence quite recently, actually. And Italy is just getting stunned. And now the decider is going to be played between Mate 11 and James. On table 3, I believe. So now it's 2 Slovakia, 2 Italy, unless the match is somehow over, which it still isn't. So James has equalized against Mate, in fact, and they are now just starting the decider, if I'm not mistaken, man. Everything comes down to the wire today. Mate. But it's going to be pretty difficult to follow, so at least I hope that James slows down.
Okay. I think James is also pretty fast, actually, if I remember correctly. Oh, no, not really. No, the Italian player that was super fast was Redman something, right?
They must be multiple. Okay, I need to... I don't think I even have time to update the colors because we're on our last tiles.
No, we don't have time for anything.
So James is 14 points out on the scoreboard. That's the thing. And actually things look pretty difficult for Mate, who's playing black on the board. How are they doing for fields? Well, Mate does control the field, but there's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, there are 5 points in the center here. 5 cities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 15 points for Mate. That's something. Doesn't quite seem to be enough, but that's something.
Yeah.
Unless there's a way to finish this city here from Mate, which I don't think there is. No, there's no tile that fits into that square.
For me, the intuitive move is to try to invade the field as James, but I don't know if it's necessary taking that field. Yeah, maybe you can just take the 6-point field on the right.
Yeah. Well, in case if it's 100% invasion, then that would make sense. Oh, or you can even, the intuitive move is to go here to take the 6-point field and maybe try to invade this little field and expand it by 3 points.
Oh, that's nice, yeah.
But again, I doubt if even that is possible. No monasteries remaining, no splitter tiles, no vanilla tiles as well. James has only 1.5 minutes.
Yeah.
I think he's got this one in the bag, but him thinking about this makes me think that he is doubting his own winning chances. Now, James has the monastery, like that's...
And I have to tell, I've won games on time where the opponent was winning, but they decided to make a big count to see if a field invasion was possible. It was not necessary at all, but they decided to count to try and find out, and it was possible, but they lost on time because they were trying to figure that out. So over calculating is a thing.
It is a thing,
But
but
he,
actually, this endgame from James was precise. Even though his 6-point farmer
yeah,
allowed an 8-point city for Mate, he realized that the other tile remaining was the Dorito tile that allowed James taking over a giant ruin over here, which should propel him towards a convincing victory with 16 points. So very narrow win for Italy, who are breathing a huge sigh of relief, but it's absolutely heartbreaking for Slovakia, who came so close and lost the decisive duel with their highest rated player amongst all. So not the scenario that we expected. Still, congratulations to Italy for making it to the next stage.
yeah,
So I think we have only one match remaining, actually, and it's going to be Poland versus Uruguay, and it's happening in half an hour, which gives us perfect timing, because we can now do all the anthems now, and
sure.
we can do a little bit of tournament table speculation before the last match.
Right.
Maybe tournament table speculation first, because I need to take care of some issues here. So Elias, you were telling something about the group B.
Yeah, so the thing in Group B is that we didn't know if Slovakia or Uruguay was last. And depending on who's last, how many games and duels we have to take off from the third place for tiebreaker. Now it's clear that Slovakia is last. Now we have to find out who's gonna be third. It's not Uruguay, and it's not Italy.
I mean, Italy
It,
have improved their tiebreaker. So the thing is, like,
oh,
we don't know if Poland's going to win against Uruguay, because if Poland loses against Uruguay, then Poland's going to actually drip down. We also don't know yet the outcome between Germany and RCP, a match which has finished, so it just has not been updated
it
yet.
says here that RCP has 5 matches played and Germany two on my computer.
Ah, no, never
Yeah,
mind. It's like basically RCP won against Germany, I take it that.
yeah. So if Italy won 3-2, right?
Yes.
So that means that RCP is already in, and Italy needs Poland to lose. Italy has to cheer for Uruguay, I think.
Yes, exactly. So Italians need to learn Spanish real quick and learn the Uruguayan anthem, which I
Yeah.
did rehearse
Well,
just in case.
there's a lot of Uruguayans with Italian last names. So yeah, they probably have family and they will be cheering for each other. If Poland wins, I think they will be through no matter by how much they win. I don't know. Let me see. So Poland, I have here, they won 4-1 against Slovakia.
Yep.
So if they win, they will have 11 duels won after removing Slovakia. If they win 3-2. And I think that should be enough. Hong Kong is already eliminated, I think. Romania is eliminated. And Czech Republic is eliminated.
Mm-hmm.
and Argentina. So it's Taiwan, United Kingdom, and the third of Group B almost for sure, right? Or is there a way that I could be wrong?
Maybe, but you're not going to be as wrong as I am. Like, I need you for this.
Yeah.
So you know what
So
we can...
Taiwan is better than Hong Kong, and
Somebody
United
clipped this
Kingdom
out of
is
context, but yeah.
well, yeah. Taiwan is doing better than Hong Kong, and United Kingdom is doing better than Hong Kong too, and they are all doing better than Czech Republic and Argentina and Romania.
So then United Kingdom is probably going to qualify, and then possibly one of these here countries, either Italy
Yeah.
if Poland were to lose, or Poland if Italy were to win. Is that the idea here?
I think that's the pretty much the deal. Like Poland, whoever gets third in Group B should go through, and the other two best thirds, I think, are UK and Taiwan.
Oh, there's actually a bit of an extra twist in Group B, because Germany could, in theory, not qualify. Like, well, no, Germany is going to qualify because the tiebreaker is really good, but they would prefer to keep their
Germany
second.
won 5-0 against Slovakia.
Yes, and this goes away for the calculation of the best third team. So basically, if
Yeah, but they
Poland
still get better tiebreaker than Czechia and Argentina, because they still have 11 without Slovakia, and that's better than all the other thirds.
well, that isn't better than the United Kingdom, is it?
Yeah, except United Kingdom. So United Kingdom is through now, and Taiwan is the best with 10 duels, the best third with 10 duels. So it's United Kingdom, Taiwan, and whoever gets third in Group B, which can be Poland, Germany, or Italy.
Right. So basically, what this means is that in the last match of today, was going to happen in around 27 minutes. Uruguay will be playing for honor, of course, and trying to eliminate Poland from the tournament. And both Italians and Germans are going to be rooting hard against Poland and for Uruguay. So basically, everybody except our Polish viewers are going to be rooting for Uruguay. Everything's still in the Polish players' hands. And we're going to do a match preview a little bit later. Now, anthem time.
Yep.
Wait, let me actually catch up with the...
Did Italy pass Germany, or they didn't, right? So I think Germany is through. It's Poland or Italy now.
Oh, okay. So we are getting helped by the viewers.
Okay, they know better always.
So basically, Ismay is saying that UK has in fact qualified regardless of what happens in the Poland's match. And Napalm is saying that Germany is out if Poland wins. So, no,
Is
if
Germany
Poland wins
worse than
hard,
Italy?
if Poland wins 3-2, that's not enough, right? Because Germany still has the better tiebreaker.
Oh, but Germany has 3 matches won, and Poland would be 4, and Italy has 4. Yeah, so Germany Germany's on the bubble.
So Germany is really looking to just take Uruguayan jerseys, yeah. Okay, anyway, we're going to deal with that a little bit later in 25 minutes. For now it's time to congratulate the winners of the 3 first matches. Let me just get my setup here. So, in order, congratulations to the French team who have qualified. Congratulations to the Chilean team who have qualified. And congratulations to the Italian team who, if not firmly qualified have at the very least made the effort to do so by defeating Slovakia. In that order. So all rise for all three national anthems. Congratulations again to all the winning teams, France, Chile, and Italy. Now it's time to maybe take a little break before the final game, maybe something like 10 minutes, and then we're going to do a final preview. How does that sound to you, Elias?
Sure, that sounds good.
So then let's go all grab a hot beverage for our voices, maybe even a quick snack before the final match of the group stage of the 2025 World Team Carcassonne Online Championship.
All right, see you in a bit.
I wish good things to you who is still watching this. I'm still Alexey. My special guest is still Elias Mochan, the Mexican master known with the screen name Complex VNH. And we're here to deliver you the final dish of this evening. The last match in the group stage between Uruguay and Poland, which is going to start in 6 minutes. So before we go through the lineups and pick a table to watch, Elias, let's just go again through the tournament table and figure out what exactly each teams need. Now,
so Italy just won their 4th match, which means they are currently the group leaders. And that means that currently it's Italy, RCP, Germany. So Poland needs to win their match to get out of 4th place. And if they win their match, they would actually pass Italy, because Italy won by the least possible amount to win. So if Poland wins against Uruguay, Poland gets 1st, Italy 2nd, and RCP is 3rd. If Poland loses, then it's Italy 1st, RCP 2nd, Germany 3rd. So Germany is cheering for Uruguay, and Italy's
cheering for Uruguay as well, because they want to stay in first place, right?
Yeah, actually, everyone in the group is cheering for Uruguay except Italy and maybe Slovakia, except Poland and maybe Slovakia.
Yeah, pretty much. And you know who else is cheering for Uruguay? Uruguay. We also need not to forget, but it's not just about the countries who qualified for the playoff. For Uruguay, this win over Poland would mean a lot. Not only because there will be an upset win over a strong team with 2 world champions on their roster, but also because that would improve their overall tournament standings, giving them better chances of a more favorable group draw next year, improving their place in the world rankings. So both teams have a lot to play for. Poland maybe a little bit more to play for than Uruguay. And let's see how they're going to do that. So I'm just going to open the lineups in a second, and those of y'all should be able to see those on the screen already. Why am I losing this? Oh, there we go.
It's Group B,
Yeah, Group B. So on Table 1, we have, we'll play with a chemical screen named Mendeleev, who's rated, I think, in the upper 400s. You can see all the ratings on the screen. So the way I remember this is that the first table is pretty close. Table 2, Germancito versus Tomaszek. Let me actually just have a look at this real quick. Also, rating-wise, it is reasonably close. Now, the one table where it's not close is Table 3, where UI Skuti, that's Tomasz Preuss, is expected to win against BDDL. Though BDDL, I think all Uruguayan players actually have decent ratings, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, BDDL is I don't know if he's still the captain, but he was the captain. I think he still is the captain. And also, he was by far the strongest player when Uruguay started. But I think the other players have been catching up.
I think it have changed, because look at this, they have multiple experts available. Hey, this ain't no work in the park. I was personally perceiving the Alchemist as the strongest Uruguayan player, at least one who shows up most often in the lineups. But I'm not even sure if this is the case anymore. And seriously, Uruguay has chances on Table 5. On Table 4, it's going to be difficult because MTU, man, that guy is just so good. I'm even going to say that MTU at the moment is in better shape than the 2 Polish world champions, including UI Skuti. I'm not familiar so much with Tomaszek 01. I am familiar with Curasante a little bit, who should be rated in the mid 500s. And we did play some matches with him in my Latvian team. That was 2 years ago. Before that, Tomaszek with a solid 639 rating, but this is somebody who I haven't actually shown much of the stream as well. So, Elias, who do you want to prefer to watch? Do you want to watch a world champion in action with a reasonable expert opponent who's going to show resistance? Do you want to have a look at MTU in his hottest form, or do you want to have a look at the highest rated?
What's Hermancito's rating?
Something close to 500, I believe. I mean, y'all can see this on the screen, but I gotta double check this again. 330 though.
330. So that one seems a bit skewed for Poland.
Yeah, but you know what? We just saw a player rated 330 win for Slovakia. That was speed 9.5. So you'll never know. You never know. Like, this is absolutely worthy opponent for Poland.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's watch table 4. MTU was the captain of Poland at one point. I don't know if he still is.
I'm not sure if he still is. I think he's just like currently the best player in Poland, really. Very creative, also very fun to watch. I mean, David and I had a blast last week when we were watching Germany-Poland, and MTU did really create a lot of problems for... Wait, against which German player was he playing? Against Medusa Hope? I keep forgetting, but I remember him winning. Anyway, so let's start with this. And yeah, good luck to both teams. Okay, I need to sort out the colors real quick.
Yep. So... Oh, what happened? Oh, I see. Oh! So Uruguay opened with the monastery but took the road instead.
I'm pretty sure that's a misclick. Like, there's no... I'm pretty sure that was a misclick, but they still get the 4-point road. They are, in fact, equalized on the scoreboard. The quadruple city tile has been discarded, which is terrible news for Berna, because Berna, with his black meeples, was the starting player, and with that would enjoy an extra tile in the game and a statistical advantage. But now that extra tile is gone, it is MTU who's going to have the advantage in the endgame. So it's a very unfortunate discard. Still, he's now looking to develop his main field and try to have a lot of fun with his early farmer, many green squares for future development. We can see that MTU is trying to build a city at the bottom so that it is not on the field currently under Black's control. Black, though, just keeps scoring, gets the first monastery of the game for 5 points. Really good position here, controlling this empty road, another potential monastery spot at the top. In the meantime, MTU is doing all best he can to keep cleaning off city caps in Berna's field. Berna continues himself a monastery and sets up a 3-point road. MTU building the city at the bottom. Berna with a curvy tile and 2 viable options. One is would be going here. That's the highest equity move. Another move is here, meepling a 3-point road and also trying to harass this meeple at the bottom. Instead, he goes something a bit more creative, but it's not the strongest move. He's creating a bit of a marginal monastery spot over here and looking to get a 4-point road instead. MTU continuing. Well, Berna now gets another monastery to continue at the top, so at least that setup works. Or Elias, would you prefer this 6-point monastery at the bottom instead, as the player with the black meeples?
My intuition says just to stack, but it's a good question. I don't know if it was correct.
Oh, I think it was. Yeah, I do agree with the player with the black meeple's move here, because there was also a chance with this monastery to kind of try and get a couple of tiles like here and like here to block that square. Ain't gonna work out because MTU draws two back-to-back city caps that allow him to finish first an 8-point city and then a 10-point city at the bottom, and now already really big advantage for MTU. You can see from the point counter that Bern is still technically ahead, but this is only because he has occupied the main field. The field is so open that it ain't going to be difficult for yellow to attack it and equalize it with his army of meeples that he currently possesses.
Yeah. And as yellow, do you go for two cities now? I think you do. You don't close this city, right?
Yeah, I feel like you do anything but closing this city. Like, there's so many creative ideas. For example, there's this move, meepling the loop row, trying to use the city cap for pressure. Yeah, but you don't want to drop city caps in your opponent's field. And so I like this positioning here by MTU.
Yeah.
Actually, my preference would have been to go here to try and harass this square and then try to finish the city here and try to do something like this. So I think that MTU with the second best move here, but now he gets a fantastic tile with which he gets to finish one of these cities, maybe. I'm not sure if the principle of 3 open cities is a thing, although there were some options about this.
I was gonna say, but what about the road? Do you take a road? And he does.
That actually makes a lot of sense. The idea with this 1-point road is, of course, to not stay at 1 point, but get 2 back-to-back curves for a 5-pointer over here. And it's not that easy for Berna to counter this, because if black gets a straight line, goes over here just to get away from this road meeple, then suddenly with a curve over here, he can get into trouble. With the quadruple crossroads being out, this here square is a bit more sensitive than normal, and black might be reluctant to get his meeples trapped there. But black gets a fantastic tile, which gets him to finish the city and now set up the completion of another city and even dropping a second farmer in what looks to be like nearly a game-decisive field. MTU, though, with a scoreboard lead and a chance to add extra points to one of his city caps. Which one do you choose, Elias?
I would choose the one on the left to keep the chances of joining the other city. By the way, Berna decided to not meeple a monastery, and I'm sure you are not okay with that.
I'm not okay with this. It is, in fact, utterly unacceptable. But Berna's gonna get... No, Berna, come on, man. Oh, the second farmer always goes there, right?
Yeah.
It's almost an automatic move. You don't leave field invasions platforms like this. And here we do see the difference between the levels of these players. Yeah,
I think you do farm here. Oh.
This one at least is fine. You know, like, typically I don't farm in moments like these. First of all, because there are multiple 6-point farms available for the future. Now MTU is now going to deliver. What a beautiful move. Setting up, first of all, 6-point farm that he's gonna get at the 4-point road and then invade over here, and just, I feel like MTU is gonna bully the poor Uruguayan Bernardo here. Oh yeah, but going back to this farmer, one of the reasons why I prefer normally not to meeple farms like this is because there's this pattern of the 2 cows or the 2 extenders that completely embox the farmer whilst developing a big city for yellow, and I don't like giving an opportunity like this back. So now Bernardo drops a farmer, which is a good thing for him, but he does so in a much less advantageous place. This farmer is a bit restricted, there are some chances of getting blocked, and in any case he's going to need to spend more tiles on getting to the field. So yeah, this is a very common thing. When you have a big field, you always support it with a second meeple. If it were like 9 or 12 points, maybe you can like geometrically cover it up, but at this point it's just pure manpower. You drop more farmers and more farmers and more farmers. There's just really no limit to how many farmers you can drop in situations like this.
Yeah, and also about the straight line that Berna used, he missed the opportunity to harass a little bit the yellow city. And also having more connection tiles.
Yes, like this, and trying to connect like that, and then trying to block the city on his next move. Yeah, and I think the reason why he missed that, and I missed that too, if I'm completely honest, is because many players of any level forget about multi-purpose move. Because he's thinking that he can invade the field, which he should do, but he forgot that he could do also something else with that move and accomplish a different objective too. Berna now gets his monastery meeple back, scores 3
I
points.
was gonna say about the orientation of these crossroads. If you put a road to the left, then you can get a straight line and threaten a 5-point road, and at the same time really disrupt the yellow road.
Yeah, that I think is another oversight as well. Well, that's excellently spotted from you, Elias. It's not an obvious decision by any means. M2U gets a monastery for 7 points, connect to the field. Berna gets a curve, connects to this here field. And now I presume that
you will take the field that black didn't take.
Here?
Yeah.
At the bottom?
Yeah.
This is my initial idea, but that he might be tempted to just get his meeple back here, because this monastery is a bit threatened. If Berna gets a straight line here, then because there are no more monasteries out, or at least no more field monasteries, then this here square is going to pose a problem. MTU did decide to drop a farmer, and Berna, I think, makes a mistake. He way too... Yeah, you see, he had to block. He had to block. MTU is now going to just have a fantastic time with his extra monastery. Was completely preventable. Still, Berna's going to find back, who's technically still ahead. He could go here now, maybe? Trying to get his road meeple back, trying to do something about this square. It's a rather dangerous square.
There's the quadruple road tile is already out, so that's blockable. And MTU decides to defend the field instead of defending the monastery.
I am not sure how I feel about... I rather like this, actually, because I think he figures that the monastery is not worth defending, because there are only 2 crossroads remaining in any case.
Yeah.
And also...
I feel like Berna is gonna farm again.
With this tile?
I was just guessing the move.
Oh, gotcha. But I didn't even sort of see farming opportunities which wouldn't be blockable straight away.
Next to on the Dorito that MTU just placed?
Yeah, that's an option, but still kind of blockable and a bit premature. So I do like Berna's move here. He's just trying to set up a block against the invasion of MTU, and his idea is that if MTU is gonna lose, that if Berna is gonna use this connection, that MTU is gonna lose this square. MTU just make a move which is incredibly volatile, and he's gonna pay for it very hard. Yeah. As Berna, I don't think we really think about it, and we just go here and start a new city.
Yeah.
But the successful connection to the field by MTU, and this here guy still needs to prove his worth. Berna now severely behind, of course, still a few tiles available to fit into that square, and by a few I mean 1. So this now means that Berna probably going to need to just score a little bit and then try to drop farmers in different places of the board. Chooses to take 2 points instead of 3 next to his monastery. Must have reason for this. Also doesn't drop any farmers just yet, although he could in theory.
I think he's just scared of the monastery getting blocked for a cap for a dagger, which is somewhat common at this 500 level.
Yeah, and MTU just keeps making these volatiles move like he's behind.
Yeah, why?
I'm not sure, because like his creativity starts to bite him somewhere. And
now he can... Oh, he can drop a farmer, but that defends the... No, there are no caps, right?
No, there is a vanilla. There's 1 vanilla.
Oh, there is a... Okay.
There are no monasteries,
right.
that's the
thing.
thing.
There are no monasteries.
But from MTU's perspective, I don't think you need to drop another farmer because Bern is kind of coming closer on the scoreboard as a result of MTU having conceded all these cities. What I'm thinking from MTU's perspective is maybe make a move like this, recognizing that there is an invasion platform here from this city. Instead, I don't get it. So he really decides to triple down on the field. And his hope is that he can get that extra man and that Berna cannot outscore him with his 2 extra meeples. And that MTU can get a meeple back from one or both of these monasteries, or maybe this road here. That would maybe be the plan. From MTU's perspective, if you're going to go for this idea, which actually is a viable idea because he is ahead, it's a pretty big field, and maybe he knows that Berna at the 500 level might not know about fieldless win conditions, so he might be tempted to fight for the field a little bit too hard or not hard enough, who knows. So what the priority is, do we go here and connect the farmer and try to take the ironclad control of the field, or do we play an equity move, which would be to go over here and save this 5-point road? So the field is indeed the choice, and geometrically it's actually a very good tile to use because it's a way to connect to the field without giving back another invasion platform. MTU does get a curve, gets a meeple back from the monastery. He's 14 points ahead.
He
Berna
misses value for the road.
Misses value from the road, that's true, but then he figures that maybe these 4 points don't do much for his win probability compared to other moves. Berna decides to go for the field after all, taking the bait. Do you agree with this move? Do you think that Berna's win condition is equalizing the field with 2 meeples, or would you have preferred the Uruguayan try and go for a fieldless win condition here?
I think it's okay to fight for the field, but maybe it was a bit desperate the way he did it. It seems to be working though, because I don't like giving the restriction platform for the city, but he got bailed out. Now MTU is gonna try to close his road, yeah. So I was gonna say some time ago, with the horse, I would have placed it on the left next to MTU's road to try to do something about that road. Because MTU had no meeples at the moment. Instead, he tried to block the farmer, which is also valid, but it went how it went.
Gotcha. Well, again, question for Berna here. What do you do with this tile? Yeah, he decides to simply discard it. I'm not sure if I agree with that move. I would be setting up something like Berna. For example, a move which I really like, but it's quite difficult to see, is actually going here and setting up 2 invasion options. Option 1 through here, through a Dorito with a road tile. And option 2, like this, through a vanilla city cap tile, which might be needed because there might be a time where we don't want to spend a vanilla city cap and we just want to preserve our 6 points over here. But the main point is that we got to do something. I mean, really, on this volatile board, we don't want to be making 0-point moves.
I was going to say that maybe MTU wanted to take the 4 quick points instead of closing his road. And he disagreed with me.
Well, he did take 4 points, actually. He extended his 1-point road to 4 points. So that's his logic, I presume. And he is getting a meeple back. And whilst there are curves, still curvy tiles for him to recover his road meeple further, his idea was that he maybe can just drop some good farmers. Yeah.
So with this tile, I was going to suggest for Berna to take the 4-point road and give his farmer another entrance to the field.
Oh, I was going to suggest take the 4 points at the bottom and try to set himself up another invasion platform, because this here move, yeah, I think it's just really, like, MTU is just going to outplay his opponent with his superior board vision. Because now Berna just needs too many tiles Well, actually, he really doesn't need too many tiles. He just needs the vanilla city cap and like a curvy tile. He does go for your idea with that invasion thingy.
Yeah, without the road this time. Because he already spent a meeple elsewhere.
But also, like, at the 500 level, players are very often reluctant to spend their last meeple, so.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you do at the previous turn, is your second to last meeple.
That's
but
true.
He dropped a farmer.
Yeah,
But
Burner?
it's not looking that bad, right? You still have the city cap option. Even if MTU blocks the farmer on the top, you can still join with the other farmer if you get the cap. And the other farmer is promising. So now MTU has to start looking for farming options, which there is like this city on the corner of the field.
You mean like on the bottom right?
No, to the 2 spaces to the left of the black meeple.
Here.
No, the 6-point field.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
Oh, but
that one.
Yeah, but that doesn't work because this guy now is not going to invade. If Berner gets a city cap, he's going to go here and invade this guy. So this guy's just trapped for 6 points.
But you can invade on the other side.
No, but on the other side, it still does not, because you either need a vanilla city cap or a curve. That's the problem. And this is already a tile that Berner needs. So Berner is going to invade and finally meet with the long road. It's
no, because it's the last meeple.
I know, but like, what are you gonna do with it, man? Although he should have thought about it for longer. I don't know. Well, MTU is probably gonna take that road.
If MTU takes the road, can he win even losing the field? Is the thing.
It's close. I don't think he can actually, because the scoreboard is a little bit too much. The monasteries are equal. And then Berna already has 6 points extra over here, and they're going to be equal in meeple. So he probably is still going to lose by a couple unless Berna makes a mistake. For example, I know, you know what Berna could do with a vanilla city cap? If he draws a vanilla city cap, he could connect here. Don't make that mistake. Connect the top guy. And he knows it.
Yeah.
He's 6 points ahead. MTU, does he have a connection himself? No curvy tiles remaining, so the ninja option is not available. This here option is not available. No monasteries or vanilla city cap, so this option is not available either. Do you see anything else, Elias?
No, I don't see anything. So the viable options are with a city tile, not with this tile. But it's too late, and Bernard's gonna take a city.
A big city. And a crossroad tile for MTU, and he's gonna lose it! By which I mean both the game and his temper. 3 points, his top scoring move, chooses to spend a meeple on the field, and the field strategy didn't work for the Polish player. I've seen him try this sort of stuff before.
There was a 4-point road, right? Oh, yeah, he missed on 1 point, but...
Don't see. Oh, yes. It's a bit easy to miss here. But I mean, he realized that he's losing this by 12 regardless. So yeah, what a game here from Berna. Patience with the field and then just drawing the crucial coin flip at the right moment. So not a great start for Poland, who want to qualify for the playoffs. And I was just saying that MTU is probably the best player in Poland at the moment. And like, if the best player is losing, who do you have left?
Well, they have a lot of good players left.
I know, but it's like, it's about psychological stuff and about getting demoralized, because things like this can mess with your head. And I'm not familiar too much how MTU is with managing emotions in a sport context. So what else are we having in the meantime? Yeah, everybody's still playing, and Uruguay has won 3 games, whereas Poland has only won 1. Germans must be super happy about this. So they've started their second game.
Okay.
MTU is the starting player now.
Oh, and he goes for a self-invasion and Alexey's road.
Alexey's road.
I haven't seen many other players do a road self-invasion early, but apparently MTU does it.
That actually is not so bad. It's not such a bad idea. Like, it makes sense. It's very greedy and efficient. And Berna just...
Especially if Berna decides to attack the road, but no, he's just avoiding the loop option.
That's a very smart move from Berna, which I did not expect like a 500 rated player to see. That's really cool of him. This is more of an annoyance than one might think, because now MTU is going to need road end tiles and crossroads in particular in order to proceed properly. In addition to the road, there's really nothing much. I mean, Berna does have the 4 points on the scoreboard. The cities at the bottom are equal, so the game is really young. Berna can start a new city or something. Nah, he goes for the road. He bites. Not correct, but I can understand him. I mean, MTU must be just like rubbing his hands about this.
Yeah, it was a hard tile because there's not that place too good to place it. You have to add a point to your opponent. Okay, now MTU will just divorce the roads. Will you? I don't know. Is that necessary or not? Maybe not.
Actually, that is a good move, I think, because you also get to start a new city in the process. Because you see, this move by Berna, which makes a lot of sense. Once you've committed to this, you kind of have to proceed like this. The idea with this move is getting a straight line and getting an invasion in multiple fronts. Yeah, Berna now can go here, attack the city. MTU basically doesn't care about the roads that much, and neither he should really. Berna invades the city here. Quadruple city tile for MTU. So, do we see the standard move here, Elias, or do you think something better is in the cards for Berna?
I was thinking the standard, yeah. So you could also attack the ruin, but I don't think it's worth it at that point.
Yeah, not really. Well, normally I would be making this move automatically. Does he know about? Yeah, okay, very good. Finishing the road, the city being a little bit ahead. MTU, though, with a Dorito tile, is looking to continue his city and create some pressure against this here square.
Okay, now he can go for a content move, yeah. And meeple the other side of the road and go for a 3-2 majority on the road.
Is it likely to work? No. Is it awesome? Yes. Do it. Honestly, it's not a bad move. Yes.
He did it.
And MTU does not get a blocking tile. I think they should add a segment into curiosities, like the most amount of meeples spent on a feature. For example, like a field which has 14 meeples, or a road which has 5 meeples on it, which is pretty rare for a road. Also, Berna with a very smart invasion here.
I like this idea, yeah. I was going to say, I don't like closing the city because it exposes the road.
Yeah, so he didn't do it.
So, yeah, exactly.
And now
it's a tough decision because he wanted a Dorito, not a triple city.
Well, there's several options what we can do here. So option 1 that I see is actually going here and trying to set up this here takeover. Option 2 is going here, which is a bit volatile, and that's why Berna decided to discard the tile. And option 3 was going here, or even here, trying to defend this here road connection and still hoping for the 3 versus 2 majority.
That's interesting, yeah.
So, from MTU's perspective, do you now split the roads here, or do you decide that it ain't worth it and you just build up the city?
So I was going to say, even if you split the road, you are losing one road, but it's a smaller one.
Losing 1 road beats losing 2 roads, so I get that.
Yeah.
Burn a bit impatiently finishes the 4-point city at the top, not waiting necessarily for a better tile. Now he's probably going to connect the roads at the top and win at least 1 road.
Yeah.
He's not going to win the other road because his meeple gets blocked, but that's okay. He's still overall ahead in this here game somehow. MTU with another city tile, and I know that I know the move that MTU is going to play. I want to hear your opinion first, Elias.
I think he will just connect the cities. No, I'm wrong.
No.
Oh,
this
MTU.
MTU, yeah.
I was thinking as black. No, I was not considering any moves for yellow, actually.
Oh, gotcha. But I absolutely love this move from MTU, and he has been a player who has shown no fear in meepling a feature with his last meeple when the upside is worth it, and the city with 2 shields already on it could deliver like 14 easy points upon completion. So absolutely worth the investment of the last meeple, given the fact that MTU could still get a meeple back from the left.
Yeah, and Berna is in a tough position because what you want to do, okay, I was going to say what you want to do as black is block that city to keep yellow with no meeples for a long time. But the thing is, I was going to say this is not the tile to do it because if you add it's too much. If you add it to the ruin, you could get invaded, and then you are giving away a big ruin.
Yeah, this is interesting. So probably the move you were thinking in mind would be something like this, Elias, just kind of breaking the bottom city instead. This move basically is Berna planning to draw the last remaining horse tile. Because ideally for him, he can draw the horse tile to go here and then automatically block this square because there wouldn't be any tile left. But then if MTU gets the horse tile, suddenly he has a big ruin.
Yeah.
Ooh. This is interesting, innit?
Oh, do you free your 1-point road? No, I don't like that.
He's looking for this road, but
thinking on the other end.
Yeah, that was better. That was better. Well, Berna's gonna get his meeples back from the other road, but he's also gonna give a meeple back to MTU. And a 3-1 meeple advantage is actually not even as good as 1-0 meeple advantage. So as black, I would be pretty worried here. Yeah, you're right, Elias. If only he were to go here first, he would release the meeple here, and he would just basically would put himself in a slightly better position. 2 versus 0 instead of 3 versus 1. In meeples, now MTU can score quick points, and that already makes a difference. So at the very least, a 2-point mistake from Bernardo.
Take the field.
You mean the one on the right, right?
Yeah, the 9-point field, even if it exposes the city, I think you don't care at this point.
That's not the greatest prioritization there, but it might just as well work, because MTU is going to save his city on one side, but not on the other.
Yeah.
And Berna's now going to go for it. Berna's going to now try and connect.
On the triple city.
Yeah.
I think Berna will bet on the triple city.
Okay, this is not bad.
Oh.
This is a pretty good farm for 12 points.
Yeah.
It actually also has no invasion squares. and the potential to get an extra completed city on it if Berna were to unify the cities on the right. So this is actually pretty creative.
Yeah, I like the move. It creates another 6-point field, so Berna might get compensation. I
You mean
mean,
like at the
MTU
bottom
maybe.
here?
Yeah.
MTU, somehow this sort of stuff works for him. So he is trying to self-restrict his city, but what he was trying to do is score 3 points. Now Berna, yeah,
This
loving
time he drops
this.
the insurance farmer. Okay.
And this time, oh, it's gonna hurt so much. This is actually great spatial recognition from Berna. So he's making up, he's learning from the mistake in the first game, where not dropping the second farmer cost him a lot of equity in the game. Now that second farmer makes that first field basically impenetrable. MTU with a 9-point farmer of his own, he'll be looking to really do a lot of things in order to win this game.
The thing with this farmer that's a nice safe move.
Yeah, very lovely invasion there, not allowing MTU to run away with a big city. So what were you saying about the farm, Elias?
There are chances that the 3 fields get connected.
Which would, I guess, benefit Berna in the short run, but in the long run, MTU could then try and re-invade from a different platform. Yeah, I can see that. Like all the way around here and then trying to, I don't know, do something else at the bottom. But a lot of things need to happen. In the meantime, the city of MTU is getting all but blocked. There's only one tile remaining that fits into the square, as 2 right-handed daggers have already been placed on the board. MTU just keeps drawing crossroads and scoring points. Berna gets the horse, so his bets did pay off, just in a bit of a different way.
Yeah.
Suggestions for MTU are welcome. You're down 11 points in an equal position.
I was going to say, what do you do as yellow now? Is there... Yeah, we said there's a right-handed dagger.
Yep.
So I was considering a very far-fetched idea of joining the fields and re-invading through using the dagger instead of closing your city. It looks very far-fetched. I think maybe it's not right now the time to bet on that.
Yeah, but the thing is, if we do get that dagger, then probably finishing the city is best regardless, because we're not down by much. If we do get the dagger, we get 5 extra points for completing the city, and then we also get a meeple to fight, so we're going to be down 6 points for the price of 1 meeple, which is a completely balanced game. I was going to see... well, yeah, so now... MTU is probably going to defend indirectly because he is greedy. Although, actually, this move is maybe even better. The direct defense. Because it does a lot for your win probability, actually. And it also exposes this square here.
But do you take the road? No. Okay.
Nah, I would have actually tried the road setup like this. But Berna's going to just get his meeple back. MTU has this ticking time bomb over here for not 5, but 8 points, because he's also going to be able to meeple that 3-point road upon completion. And it looks like MTU is engineering some field invasions, I guess?
MTU is creating a few weird field invasions. So he placed the curve on top to drop a ninja farmer maybe later. That's going to be hard, but it's possible. And this new curve also sets an invasion through a city cap or something like that.
Yeah, but I think it sets up one more thing. It sets up the invasion of the city as well. Yeah, fortunately for Berna...
Yeah. Is this the last one?
But the penultimate. But he can at the very least block that successfully so that that city does not get completed. I feel like he has to go there because he's ahead 15 points and MTU is going to do it. He's going to do it. Actually, he should. That's his content move. That's his path to victory. Yeah, he goes for it. Content moves. One tile remaining.
Now Berna has to react to that.
And he does. And does MTU get a defense? He does. He gets it. Easy defense. And
so how many? So he has one tile that gives him the big city, right?
Yep, and the win in the game, really.
And one tile that gives him his small city and some probabilities.
Yeah. So that's why, like, these two setups, they work together really well in context. So in tandem, right? Because these are two completely different tiles. And I like what Bern is doing right now. So he's realizing that he can lose. And that's why he's trying to invade this here field, also build some city caps in his secondary field, which are now not blockable. MTU is trying to restrict his field a little bit. Very smart move from MTU, taking 2 points and leaving the city cap out in the open. And the straight line goes for Burn, which is not a big deal. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One curve remaining. So this is an option. We go crazy and we drop a farmer. He says no. Dagger tile for MTU in his position is already really good, even if he doesn't finish the big city.
Yeah.
Berna gets a monastery. And no good monastery squares, really. I guess you could just use this here, maybe to protect your city.
But that kind of exposes the field.
Oh, but that's fine, because we have, we have, like, multiple meeples to support the field anyway. MTU is going to go here, probably.
The field?
No.
Yeah,
he's going to go here.
And take the monastery.
And just take the monastery, yeah. For 5 points and some restrictions. Because, for example, I believe there's still rows available, so this would take away some city caps away from Berna. Berna gets a triple city, so that's huge sigh of relief for the Uruguayan. I
think he should separate the fields now.
Yep, he should. He should just block himself with 15 points. It seems to me.
He's not out of the woods yet, but it's a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah, 6 points. I still liked MTU's idea though.
Yeah, I honestly think MTU played this game better. But he didn't get the tiles. I'm happy that Berna did the road attack.
It's actually kind of ended up working because he did get a pretty decent side road.
Yeah.
I honestly feel that both players have improved the quality of their game compared to the first one.
Yeah,
oh, huge tile for Berna.
Finish with a meeple surplus, but it doesn't matter. It's
Can MTU do anything here?
MTU can try to win a field, maybe.
I believe we're running out of curves, though. We've ran out of curves.
Oh, we ran out of curves.
Yeah.
So you can just tie the 6-pointer on the top. You can try to expand your field. Just add the cap to your field, and I don't know if there are caps to close it.
So the remaining tiles are Road, Dorito, and Straight Line.
This is including these Road, Dorito, and Straight Line, yeah. Yeah, I think you have to attack the 6-point field, but it might not be enough.
Well, you gotta be ahead +2, and Berna has a 3-point move guaranteed to him, unless Berna royally messes up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Berna did a big mistake by not defending the city with the cow or attacking it himself.
Yep.
Maybe it was just the safe move was the best at that point, but he got bailed out by the deck. It was just a 50-50, but still. Yeah, I only see the invasion.
Well, that's the maximum that he can score, so he probably has to go for it. One thing,
The thing
that
is, yeah, the thing is you don't have another meeple, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's going through the tiles, he's trying to count tiles, points, and stuff, and I think he's trying to figure out whether he can get 7 points by expanding his field, but he cannot because there's no more city caps remaining. Yeah, that's Pharma from Burn really was clutch. Just playing the field geometry and not letting MTU penetrate no matter how hard he tried. So let's say if we do invade the field on the right, so we get the 6 points, we're up 2 points. Is there like a reasonable mistake which Berna could make with his last tile? How he could somehow not take 3 points? Oh! That is awesome. This is 7 points. Because he's going to get a monastery point as well. What awesome endgame precision from MTU. So he's still going to lose by a tie, but still, man, my hat's tipped.
Yeah.
So Berna now...
Okay, yeah, you have to assume that you're gonna get it. The thing is, if you, in the other case, if you don't get it, you at least get 3 points. But maybe he has to assume that he's gonna get it.
Well, no, it's
so
0
then-
tiles remaining. Berna already gets the thing. So MTU has the straight line. Berna just needs to get the 3 points now.
Yeah. And the mistake that Berna could have made, well, no, it was very far-fetched. But so the mistake that could have made is if you attack in a way that Berna could re-attack, forgetting that it's his last turn.
Yes, exactly,
And
exactly.
he draws a 0-point farmer.
Yeah, I was thinking something like this, but he is too high rated for that sort of stuff. So MTU, despite the endgame precision, is going to lose this game. Content moves from both sides. Huge battle for a small road. Field geometry in the center with 5 completed cities on just 4 squares for Berna. He's going to secure it for him. And 2-0 for Berna versus MTU. Talk about an upset.
Ah.
So now Polish fans are apprehensive. German fans are getting hopeful. How are we doing on other tables? Also, who do you want to watch? Uruguay's ahead 2-1. Because Berna won, and the Alchemist won against Misny. Tomaszek won on table 2, and we currently have 2 deciders. On table 3, BDDL versus UI Scudi. On table 1, Mendeley versus Coruscant.
Let's watch BDDL. And Thomas Preuss. Is it Preuss or... I feel like Preuss is German sounding.
Well, SZ is Sh, so I'm going to say... Oh, no, it's Tomasz. I think it's
Tomasz?
Preuss, yeah. Because it's not a Polish last name in any case.
Okay.
Oh, they're just starting. Perfect. BDDL is... I'm going to tell his meeple colors a little bit later. I'm going to just take care of that. But he's going to be the starting player with a road. Let's go with black and yellow. So BDDL is black, UI Scudi is yellow.
I don't. I've said it. I've said this on my own streams, but I don't know. UI Scoot is twice a world champion of this game that you play with a magnet under a table. I've Clask.
Oh,
So
right, yeah.
yeah, very different game from Carcassonne, but maybe there's some skill transferability between the two. BDDO has to save his city now. It's
Yeah.
it's
Do you
threatened.
meeple the city cap here, Elias? Are you being greedy or do you want to leave it open?
I was considering the content move of Meeple in the field, which I will do now
Yeah.
because that evil hamster is going to happen and the field will be very big.
With one exception. If this here square gets blocked, then the incentive for getting the evil hamster is much, much less. And then if yellow draws both of them, he has actually other squares for monastery development. So there is some far-fetched, but still a legit scenario where something like a cow goes here and then this meeple gets trapped. But it's so unlikely that this farmer is in fact correct. Both players getting shielded tiles for cities, crossdoor tiles for BDD. Very easy scoring move here. Harassing two of his opponent's squares at the same time.
The other option was to add it to your road and just save the other option for your farmer to avoid this exactly.
I mean, it's still fine because you still have this, and now it's BDDL. Yeah, sure, this works. I would have preferred maybe something like this, and very nice move from Tomasz here, the 9-point farmer, also with some pressure on this square, and trying to preserve the option, the exact option that I was talking about, with drawing 2 road monasteries and keeping this farmer trapped.
Yeah, I think BDDL has to, yeah.
Oh. I'm a bit surprised about that move. It's something that's normally not worth doing. You typically take the splitter to separate your 10-point city or above from your opponent. 8 points versus 4 is not a sufficient threshold to justify it, so yeah, this is the first move of the poll which I actually don't really like. I mean, he does get a little bit of advantage, but I would have preferred finishing in the bottom city cap. Quick point tiles for both opponents, even positioned so far. BDD could either finish his road on one side, or instead take 2 points and try to oppress the Monastery of Meeple. If Scooty uses to do the former, the cities on the right are getting equalized, and the shielded tile of BDD now does not have necessarily such a good use.
I think here.
Yes. Actually, it's pretty good. So the purpose of this is trying to protect this here square, because the city cap in this field will benefit black for 2 reasons. First of all, it will develop his little 3-point field to some acceptable proportions, and also it will create a 9-point spot rather than 8-point spot for the evil hamster, which benefits the side that wants the monastery to actually be used over here, which is black. Instead, he takes 2 points for a city, which makes some sense. It's a move of marginal utility. UI Scooty develops city at the bottom. BDD gets a straight line, which he uses to bother that city.
It's a very natural move, as the road was a bit exposed before that. Now it's at least tied to a feature of the opponent.
Yeah.
Now you have to take the 4 points finally.
Yep, that's a big tile for BDD. Not literally big, but figuratively. There are alternatives. I don't like them, but there are alternatives, and this was one of the alternatives. This is creative, actually, in many ways, because he's trying to drop some more farmers, but again, simple is best.
Oh, but now it's a good time to drop a farmer.
Yeah.
Close your city, drop a farmer, and that ties the yellow road to your farmer.
And also, if you do that, please farm, not road. Yeah, of course, he knows this, he knows this. Then there's also the option of actually invading through the rights as well. But a great move here from Scooty. This sequence is trying to building up the city in a very, very classic way. So all masters know this pattern. That's when you control your opponent's road, you build the round, and then you try to get this here road Dorito as the last square, as the last city to fit into the shared square. So there's still 2 of those remaining. And it's a bit annoying to block, actually.
There's an invasion platform that might be very important next to the yellow monastery here. Oh, yeah, it disappears.
Like this.
This field is not taken, and it might be important at some point because that farmer not only connects through the yellow monastery, but also through the monastery with road.
And another important thing about this platform is that it ain't here forever, because UI Scooty can just go here, take a monastery point, and then eliminate that platform. And very unfortunate sequence of event for Uruguay here, as BDD gets himself a tile to block Scooty, only to lose this city afterwards.
What if BDDL now closes the city but drops off farmer instead of taking the 4 points?
Honestly, it's not bad. It's just playing the overfarming game and trying to be the first one on the road monastery. It may be a bit too early to be this committed, but if you do get the road monastery first and those 9 points extra, your position is great. I do feel that he has to go here, either with the city or with a farmer. He might be tempted to save his road. That to me seems like a secondary priority, despite the fact that his road can be blocked. Because these fields become increasingly juicy. Option 3, we go here. And we block Scooty's monastery instead.
Yeah.
Almost a content move. Still very nice choice by BDD. Trying to score as many points as possible, but he immediately sets up a road monastery for Scooty.
And Scooty doesn't care about the field. Because he had the option of just saying, you know what, I'm gonna get the second one too, and you can keep your 6-point field. But
you know, he's a world champion, and he doesn't want to rely on a coin flip to win this game. And these 9 points are going to help him a lot, because the field is actually not that big. It's like 15 points, which is a lot. But regardless, Scooty is still ahead simply because of his scoreboard lead. That masterfully built-up city at the bottom is certainly going to help him maintain his advantage. And BDD, lovely move, sacrificing 1 monastery point, but then developing his field and trying to get more and more and more and more. Meeple lost for BDD. There is nothing that fits into the square anymore, but we shouldn't really lament this Meeple too much.
Do you
now a third
farm or not?
Nah, you do farm there. You do farm there. You have to, unfortunately. I think it's a miss by DDD. We've seen this before in the first game. So I want to talk about this for a second, because the thing with these fields, if it's a 15-point field, it's nice and kind of enclosed geometrically, so that you can control it with a 2 versus 1 meeple majority. But as soon as you develop it outward, then there are all these invasion platforms, and you just need to drop another meeple to take care of it. So you can't afford to be super efficient. However, BDD is trying his best to block of the farmer on the left, and I think Scooty did not find his best move. What do you think was Scooty's best move here, Elias?
With the second dagger or the first
with this dagger, with the second one.
I don't know. I was thinking about a move with the first dagger about attacking the city instead of farming.
I mean, we do give back this road. I mean, it's a nice move. It's a nice move. It's a nice move. But my idea was actually to go
and also
here.
Taking the 6-point. Oh, to
Yes.
immediately attack the
To
field.
try and connect
Oh,
to
and you
meeple
take and you
here,
get Doritos for your city.
get a
Yeah.
Dorito and get another tile over here.
Yeah.
Because you
I
see,
think BDDL will farm now.
this is not the great tile for farming though. You really want to wait for a road tile ideally, because the thing is, like, if you go here now, the issue is not so much that you waste the city cap tile. The issue is more that you create another invasion platform. Because, like, once the city is taken, then it's all back to square one regarding those
Right.
field invasions. But maybe you still have to do it, because if you don't, then... Actually, no, this is good. Because if Toma's going to go here with a third meeple, we can get a Dorito and shield him off. The problem is, if Tomasz gets something like a curve here, bringing his farmer closer to the main field, whilst also eliminating this field connection platform at the top. So just as like this here little field that you were talking about earlier, the nature of this field is that it is temporary. And BDD finds another creative move. He just tries to shield himself from the farming invasion, which I don't think is right in the spirit of this position, because at least we know from the point counter that UI Scooty is ahead even without the field. So it's probably in the interest of BDD to unify all the fields and then try to win this. But it looks now that UI Scooty is starting a new city and setting up a platform to get a city cap, drop a farmer, and connect with not one, but two meeples and just win plus 30.
Yeah, I think it looks a lot better for yellow now.
Especially now that we have a tile with which we can't block. And this is not a great tile, actually. There's just no good monastery
I think
spot.
the best option is the 6-point field, actually.
But that 6-point field ain't gonna go away. I don't know. And there's still more monasteries available. Yeah, the thing with that 6-point field, it says 1 point more than the monastery, but at the very least, if we do meeple the monastery, and I'm not advocating for it necessarily, then there's a reasonable chance of actually completing it, or at least developing to 7 points. He does go for a 6-point field, which has some green squares. It also has the potential to invade this here ruin. BDD now needs to do something about that menacing-looking city.
Yeah.
Scooty gets Monastery's point despite the fact that Monastery is not going to be completed.
So for me, taking the field is like anticipating the end game, because there are not a lot of 6-point fields. There's only one.
Technically, there's another one. Wow. That is a courageous monastery by Scooty, and that is an excellent blocking sequence by BDD, making it impossible to finish the city, so this guy's trapped for 2 points, and also impossible to get this farmer into the field. And the third block is soon to follow, given the fact that there are no starting tiles remaining. And yet, Scooty is still ahead. 13 points. And also, if he so chooses, he could later attack the field through here, through the outside of a curve like that.
Yeah.
One thing that BDD has going for him in this position is his meeple advantage. 2-1 is significant with the 20 tiles still left to play. The question is, Elias, how do we use that meeple advantage? Like, what's the tile runout that we're hoping for as a Uruguayan fan here?
So I'm thinking that the black can attack the city with a lot of tiles, but
Actually, really with the Dorito, ideally, because I hate going here at the moment.
yeah.
I really don't want to help Yellow's monastery, because we need that meeple advantage.
I think this one you just added to your fields, to the small field, and that's it.
Yeah, that sounds like an option. Also, interestingly, so this here 2-point move by Scooty tells me that he has no intention of attacking the field, because this 2-point move just took out this potential invasion platform.
Scuti can defend the city, but that would also like make the monastery harder to close if it's possible at all. Well, maybe not. No, I think this is correct actually.
Really instructive how to keep that lead. As BDD, do we score? Do we get...
I think we create a loop road on the top, trying to make our field even. Well, it exposes the cap, but it gives us green squares.
Yeah. That cap would be permanently trapped, so let's say if we do this, our opponent gets a straight line, there is now no dagger to fit into that square, so... I'm just trying to figure out how many curves we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 curves? No, 7, 2 curves. That's probably enough to start a new road, given the fact that there's still a couple of crossroads remaining, and by a couple I mean 2. We need to catch up on the scoreboard, that's the main thing.
Yeah. So the other option is to take that road, but on the other side to keep the options for the cap.
Oh, that's an excellent sequence here for BDD. Getting just 4 points and a bazillion green squares out of thin air.
Yeah.
So now, tricky situation for Scooty. He could just build up the shared city, trying to get himself a monastery point. Or he could try and clean up the city cap in BDD's field, but that would be risky, involving his last meeple in a position where really we're running short on city caps in the pool of remaining tiles.
Yeah. He could. Are there any more Doritos? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nope. Not field
Yeah,
Doritos
maybe.
at the very least.
Yeah, maybe it was this option like this, just blocking the cap.
Ah, but there's a splitter.
Oh, then forget about it.
And this
Well,
is why Scooty sacrificed 1 point, because he's trying to avoid the thing where BDD gets a splitter and then a cow tile and tries to connect. So this means that at the very least in the world champion's perception, he's just ahead by so much that he's trying to make extra safe moves at the expense of equity.
Yeah. Now, if you are black and you get the splitter, do you do this and attack?
Oh, there are no cows, I misspoke. There's a horse. So this attack doesn't work, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So as black, you have 2 options. You can go here and start a new... No. What are you doing? No! Oh, no. This could have lost him the game. That was a 9-point mistake. Oh, no. BDD. You could have gone here. And then here, and then here.
What else you could have done? He obviously thinks there's a dagger.
Yeah.
But I was thinking here with the giraffe's neck.
Yes.
Setting up a platform to attack the city.
2 platforms. Yeah. That's a very unfortunate miss for BDD. 9 points is exactly what he needed. He does have a splitter to get himself a meeple back, but man, -11 is just a bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, but this sequence indicates to me that he really believed there was a dagger.
Yep. But then, if he believed there was a dagger, why not block it earlier? It's like a super dangerous spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what used to happen to me at a lower level is that I would restrict a city for a dagger without counting daggers. And then just like, oh, if he gets the dagger, he's so lucky. And forget about it. So yeah, I'm just trying to get in the player's headspace. I like this move, by the way, because it puts this city into the field.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if is it enough if black closes the city in the field and drops another farmer?
Yes. Unless yellow reinvades, which is going to be his last chance. But yellow had like other win conditions. Yellow could in theory actually finish the monastery if yellow gets the splitter. And a curve, which I believe might be existent. I want to check. Yeah, I think there's one. I don't even want to recheck. I just want to use our previous information. He could also use a curve to meeple the 6-point road with his last meeple, and we could be finding ourselves in a position where on a closed board, BDD might be struggling to get an equivalent amount of his meeple. Like, I feel like it's going to come down to the end game. But one thing that I haven't noticed is that BDD has 42 seconds, which is nowhere near enough to navigate a position as complex as this. Like,
no. Yeah, that's rough. He has to play very fast the last moves.
Or at the very least, he needs to think during the pole's moves.
Yeah. Yeah, and he has to pre-place his tiles.
Well, actually, speaking of pre-placing, I mean, from black's perspective, we need to try and anticipate yellow's moves. But what is yellow's move going to be? Like, I've really no idea what to do with this double city cap tile as UI.
Well, intuition is put it here and meeple it, and I don't know if there are Doritos, but at least you get 3 points. Well, you don't because the opponent gets the field.
It makes sense, because the idea is like you sort of get like compensation for the scenario where he has a splitter tile in his hand.
Right.
I would be reluctant to spend my last meeple here because I feel like I need this last meeple as a contingency plan if black does get ahead on the scoreboard and I can finally attack this field as a last resort.
Yeah. So this move is kind of a 1-point move.
Yep, exactly. But it's a decent decision here by UI. BDD gets himself a meeple back.
You have to drop a farmer there.
I think so, maybe. UI tries to invade the field right now, and BDD gets with the last curve. Does he know how to block it? He needs to go there and take the road. He has 30 seconds for 5 tiles. You gotta make a move now. No, don't lose on time.
Oh, yeah, just go with your heart. Point it whatever way your heart tells you, but do it. He has to realize that he's short on time. He's gonna lose on time.
16, 15, 14. He finds the best move. He's actually winning on the board, I think.
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna make it. It's 11 seconds. If UI Scooty closes anything,
the animations, yes, but he can't because he doesn't have meeples. 6 seconds. UI gotta press for time.
One move.
5, 4, 3, 2, meeple. 1 second. He's gonna lose the time.
It's fine. No meeple is better.
No!
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that was a winning position. He wins by 1 point, but he loses on time. This is the tragedy of the tournament. To come this close to defeating a world champion and really playing well and looking at the field geometry and all this good stuff, only to lose by mere 4 seconds. Oh, it has to hurt so bad.
It's the time that he took on deciding how to point the road.
Yep. You gotta. I mean, he did make the correct decision, but you gotta just go with your heart. Yeah.
Well, actually, if I don't know, I pointed towards the meeple because at least they give me a point if they connect. But yeah.
This is the most painful thing I've seen in a while. 1 point win, and 4 second loss. Yeah. Well, BDD seems to be taking it well. Yeah. Of course it's going into the curiosities. Was this a decider? Well, this wasn't the decider for the match. No, this wasn't the decider for the match. This was the decider for the match. Are you kidding
Oh
me?
man.
Oh, who would have thought this would come down to the wire? Uruguay on the verge of a
Well,
miracle. It's just so heartbreaking.
yeah, especially for Germany.
Well, for Uruguay first and foremost, because defeating Poland is no feat. I mean,
Yeah, of course.
the Polish fans must be super, super happy about this, of course. And yeah, you might be disappointed, but you know what? Managing the clock is part of the game, and because UI is so experienced, he was able to just find his moves quicker, and this does not mean that he does not deserve the win. He absolutely does.
Yeah. Yeah, he made it complicated enough for his opponent to spend time. And that's like in rapid chess and bullet chess, it's essential. Like if you are losing, but you can make it complicated so that your opponent uses time, you can maybe flag them.
Yeah. UYY was playing excellent, like, anti-human Carcassonne. I mean, his moves were objectively strong. He did play this really well, of course, so it seems like the world champion is getting back his shape for the playoffs, but, yeah, there were some very nice ideas about pressing on the clock. Well, let's see both chats, both the stream chat and what they're discussing. BDD is saying I didn't see the other matches, but it doesn't really matter. Like, you're still trying to win regardless.
Yeah. Oh man.
LR is saying that Germany is out of the tournament by 5 seconds. By 5 seconds! Oh man. The Cinderella story, of course, is now for Poland to win the World Championships after this.
Yeah. Oh, what a game.
Yeah. I feel like we just needed a few minutes to breathe. Like, let's just players type in the chat what they're typing in the chat. UI Scooty is rightfully praising the comeback in this game. Good farmer indeed. Both the second one and the first one and the third one. And also some very creative ideas from BDD. Like, initially, I didn't like this move, but because I thought that just taking the city cap was better. But then the idea, of course, was to use this tile to make it so that it is part of the main field. And that was the creative idea that actually gave him the win, gave him these 3 extra points on the board. Oh, but it's also a fair point from BDD. He's saying, if I don't spend so much time thinking and counting on tiles, I don't win on the board. And that is absolutely a fair comment, so...
Yeah. Yeah, so it was the time on the curve, I think.
Yep.
Because at the start of that turn, he has enough time to finish the game. But you have to be aware of how can that meeple connect, and if you blunder that move and lose the game on because you point the curve the wrong way, you're gonna be angry at yourself anyway. So you, yeah. So he was in a tough spot there.
He was, and obviously Uruguay hasn't been playing in competitive tournaments a lot, and they're just doing amazing for the first time in this particular match, but just this lack of experience is what prevents you from acting optimally in the positions like this. Because let's say if you're BDD here, and you don't know for sure what the tiles are, the correct decision is still to do the thing that StatMat, the experienced mind sport athletes, did in his game when he was short on time. Just do the thing and hope that the tiles are right. Even if he were to point the curve the other way, there was still a chance for him to get the monastery, which is what he did. Although actually Scooty got the city cap. So this was indeed the only winning move for BDD, but yeah, he's taking it really, really well. Really good sportsmanship, saying that UI Scooty would be the the fair winner, saying that playing faster I would have lost. So really massive respect to both players here.
Yeah.
Craft Giraffe
It was
is...
exciting. It was exciting.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, there isn't a more perfect way to finish the group stage of the tournament. This is like the last... I'm just so happy about this. But I just want to address something. Craft Giraffe is saying, I don't think Scooty's last farmer is correct. Should he have just taken 4 points? No, I don't think so. I think it's actually a very good invasion because there's still 3 invasion tiles. But also Scooty was playing to press his opponent's clock. That's by far the more important things to do.
Yeah, if Scooty takes the 4-point city, BDDL can do something very simple.
Yeah, for example, BDD with this curve, he will not need to be worried about blocking the square. So he can easily just go here and take a road which is, first of all, 1 point longer to compensate for the extra point difference. Yeah, because he also takes this. And then he doesn't need to worry about blocking. And then he has more time. Then on the next move, he can actually safely meeple this, this 5-point monastery instead of discarding it in panic. And that way, actually, DDL would have won. So it was a very smart invasion for UI Scooty to go for a move which has equity both on the board and on the clock. Craft Giraffe is saying BDD, best sportsmanship I've ever seen. Agreed. It's something to take example from. And... LR is saying, I have the feeling he decided to play the player instead of the table. Yeah, correctly. My point, and in this case, it is correct. Yeah. Anthem time?
Sure.
So, to congratulate Poland on this beyond spectacular win in the qualifications for the playoffs, all rise for the national anthem of Poland. Congratulations again to Team Poland on a moment that will not be forgotten for years. I guess all that's left to do is have a look at the tournament table.
Right.
Now, wait. Let me just turn off that here camera. All right, there we go. Tournament table here. Is Poland going to be first or second? That's the question.
First.
Yeah, first, right.
Because they were ahead of Italy and they both won by the same margin.
Yeah. So Poland is first, Italy is second.
And RCP's third.
RCP's third, but is that enough for them?
Yes, because they have 17 minus 4. They have 13 duels won. Yeah, they are the best third.
Oh, they are the best third.
Yeah.
So then let's just have a look at through. Well, I mean, the other players are not going to submit the results quickly enough. So, teams that have qualified: China and Finland from Group A, Poland and Italy from Group B, Ukraine and Thailand from Group C, wait. Yeah, Colombia
Chile
and Chile from Group D, Japan and the United States from Group E, Brazil and France from Group F, Croatia and Latvia, yay, from Group G. And what are the two teams that have placed third and have the two best results?
So, RCP is third. After removing their match against Slovakia, they will have 2 matches won and 13 duels won. So they are the best third. Then the UK has 2 matches won, but 11 duels won.
Mm-hmm.
And Taiwan has 10 duels won, same as a lot of others, but they have a game difference of +3, which is better than Argentina, Czech Republic, and Hong Kong.
But it doesn't matter because then that would put Taiwan as 17th, right?
No, Taiwan. Oh, it's just 2.
Yeah, RCP's 15th.
No, yeah. Then
UK is
it's just
16th.
RCP and UK.
So then we're looking for matchups like UK, China, and then what? Yeah, I'm actually not sure about the matchups. Let's see if they have anything on the website yet. Also, it would be great to hear from our chat because I know that many of my viewers are way better at maths like this.
Yeah. So RCP is playing the second best first. RCP is probably playing Ukraine, I think.
I don't think Ukraine. No, Ukraine cannot be the second best because there are two teams with maximum.
Croatia?
Croatia actually has a good tiebreaker. RCP Croatia is an option, or is it China? China has a better tiebreaker actually. A tiebreaker has 13. China has 13 here.
Yeah, but so China is first overall, right?
Yeah, and they're playing the United Kingdom. Croatia is second overall.
Croatia.
And as a prize, they get themselves RCP as an opponent. Oh, come on.
Exactly, yeah.
It does seem really not what they wanted.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Then the third best is probably United States, of course. 4 out of 4 with a tiebreaker of +8.
Yeah.
And they're going to be playing the worst team from the second, or the lowest ranking team from the second places, which is
Latvia, maybe?
Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. I've gotten sent. Thank you so much, MTU. So. I'm just gonna announce the matches here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna trust that they work. So China RCP, Japan Thailand, Ukraine. Okay, Ukraine Latvia, Brazil Colombia. No, wait. I don't think that makes sense. Croatia United Kingdom. Why is it China against RCP?
Is UK better than RCP? No.
Yeah. Oh, but they won. Yeah. Poland,
Oh yeah, you
France.
no, UK has two. Yeah. No, RCP is better than RCP has more duels than UK, and they both have
Mm-hmm.
two matches won after discarding Slovakia.
Right. Okay, so anyway, we also have Croatia, United Kingdom, Brazil, Colombia. Well, that's an interesting matchup. Poland, France, United States, Finland, and Czechia, Italy. Yeah, thank you for also. Please just type them in the chat as well. That's super helpful. Interesting things to expect. Obviously, China RCP a banger. Ukraine Latvia also a banger. We have quite a lot of history in this championship, typically in the preliminary rounds. I mean, really anything. Japan Thailand banger. Brazil Colombia trying to rematch after the Copa America from 2024.
Yeah.
Croatia United Kingdom should. Yeah, just immensely interesting matchups. Poland, France, United States, Finland, Chile, Italy. Honestly, a lot of 50-50s, really. Like, you can't really say necessarily who's the favorite in each one. Only by a little bit.
No, so Wisemace is saying UK beats RCP on games difference, but RCP has more duels, so RCP should be better than UK despite the games difference.
So RCP won against, with which score against Slovakia? That's what matters.
4-1.
So then they're truly at 13-7, so they're at +6. Oh, and United Kingdom is at +7.
No, United Kingdom is at.
Oh, right, they lost. They're at
Oh,
+6. Right. United Kingdom are at +6. RCP is at +6, but United Kingdom has a better game difference, apparently.
okay. No, okay, I know why I'm confused. So I subtracted. No, I'm still confused. RCP has 17 minus 8, that's 9. You have to subtract 3 from that. That's +6.
Yes, that's +6, just like the United
Okay.
Kingdom.
And United Kingdom has 11.
No, but they lost. Remember, it hasn't been updated yet. So they lost
Yeah.
2-3. So they lost -1. They're at +6. Then
Oh, okay. So what happened is that I am not adding the duels that UK won. So UK also has 113 duels. Because I'm doing in my mind it's easier to just go by duels won instead of the difference.
if you
Since
prefer
the
to go the
total
hard way,
number of
sure.
duels is fixed. The total number of duels is fixed, so you don't have to do the subtraction. If you have more duels if and only if you have more duels won is the same as having a better duel difference. But I was not adding the two duels that they won today. They won two duels today?
They won 2 duels today.
Right. So that's why UK is at 13 duels won, not 11. So then you have to go to game difference.
You have to go to game difference, yeah. But then remember that the games from RCP Slovakia get scratched.
Yeah, so RCP has +7 against Slovakia, so you have to subtract 7.
So they're +8, and the United Kingdom is +12.
Yeah.
That's actually
So
not even close.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, interesting how tiebreakers end up mattering, huh?
Mhm.
Alrighty, that should be enough. Let's just catch up with the chat. So I appreciate very much for everybody who has contributed to who made it way much easier regarding the sharing the pairs and everything. Hi Tomasz, congratulations for the win. Noted that the anthem's gonna have a faster pace, so noted for next time when Poland wins, maybe in a less dramatic fashion. Okay. That should be enough, really, because no matches have been scheduled in the playoff, I assume, so I don't know when our next stream is going to be. But I'm planning to stream really all 8 playoff encounters unless they're very late into the night, in which case I'm probably going to stream them anyway, so do stay tuned.
So Brazil-Colombia is going to have a very American time. China RCP might have a variation. Oh, so Japan-Thailand is going to be in a variation time.
Yep.
Which might be the worst for Europe, I think, right?
No, that should be all right, actually.
Well,
South
it's
America would be
sure,
a bit worse for Europe because it's actually in the night. It's gonna be in the morning for me or day for me, which is completely fine next week. Yeah. Actually, Japan, Thailand is like the most perfect match time. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm planning to show all of y'all. So if you want to watch this sort of stuff, make sure to subscribe unless you already have. And also, meeple the like button. It's super important for the algorithm. And in case you happen to like this content a lot, then consider supporting this channel via the super thanks button somewhere below. Is there anything else, Elias? Are we wrapping up?
I think we can wrap up, yeah.
I just wanted to...
Thanks for having me once again.
Oh, yes, thank you so much for being here. Like, I'm super grateful for you sharing these hours with me and contributing your wisdom and charisma, because it is and stamina, by the way. This sort of stuff really requires some massive stamina, so very much appreciated, Elias. So
yeah, it's always a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you, Elias, and